Hello everyone, do you hear that? That was my mouse hitting the desk. I hope you didn't hear that. If you hear that, I'm so sorry. Ibile that. Don't talk to me, I'm so tired. Today is well, not today, yesterday was kind of tiring day. But today, everything is gonna be just daijoubu, and nothing terrible is going to happen. Oh no, something terrible is gonna happen. That's bad. Guys, I think we're fucked. April 5th, 1:23 p.m. High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Will you please stop pacing, detective? You're kicking up dust. Well, Edward, if there's dust to kick around, maybe you should clean more often. But I swept the floor 3 times already! Then sweep it a 4th. They're going to take your watch, Mr. Edward. How can you just stand there cool as a cucumber? We don't know for certain that they will. And if they do, I'm just gonna become a defense attorney and I'll tell them to go fuck themselves. I will work with my boyfriend. Well, it sure does seem like they mean to. Just gonna pretty much spell it out. Truly, you are proving to be quite a threat to the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. Such you give me little choice but to report back on your continued transgressions. No doubt you will be called to appear before the committee in due course. She said that I would be called to appear before the committee. Nothing more. Well, I don't care. I won't stand for it. What if we never get to work together again? I'd have thought you would welcome that prospect, detective. After all, it would mean you could work with someone less, problematic. No, Edward! Gumshoe loves your weird fanfiction. Don't worry about it. It does say that, sir. I've never heard anyone except the stupid committee say you're problematic. Your fanfics are really good, sir. Don't worry about it. You're not just looking for an excuse, are you? To become a defense attorney, I mean. Because I won't let you! You're prosecutor, Miles Edward. Prosecutor, you hear? To become a defense attorney, huh? I mean, if I lose the badge... maybe. The circumstances of my father's death set me on the path to becoming a prosecutor. But I only been interested in the law to begin with thanks to my father as well. And his work as a defense attorney. Ah, you're going to keep fighting crime as a prosecutor or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you got a big decision ahead of you. One only you can answer. Are you listening, Mr. Edward? I said I won't let you do this. I'll let you do that, Star Edward. Really, detective, there's no need to be so dramatic. Who knows, the next prosecutor you work with might be a little more lenient with your salary assessments. Huh, really? So, no more instant noodles? I mean, no! What are you saying, sir? I don't care about any of that stuff. You should! Edward, fix this man's salary. Well, you thought about it, didn't you? If only for a moment. Yeah, because, like, that's his source of income. Edward, please, the people have to eat. We're busy in here, come back later. Hey there, is the prosecutor in? Prosecutor Miles Edward? Look, pal, what part of work busy don't you get? Wait a second, I'll be with you in a bit. Oh, that's not good. Your face is red as a tomato. Red face, gritted teeth. Let's see. I said we're busy. Wait, that's it. Stomach cramps, right? No need to worry. It's nothing an injection can cure. Now roll up your sleeve for me. It won't hurt much. No thanks, pal. I'm healthy as can be. And who might you be? Oh, sorry. I totally forgot to introduce myself, huh? My name is Needler. Florence Needler. God fucking damn it. I'm at Nose at Hearts Hospital. Well, nobody here is hurt, so are you sure you have the right room? Yeah, you're Prosecutor Edward, right? Wow, those are some deep furrows in your brow. Are you feeling alright, suffering from a severe headache? I could give you an injection, though. I'll be fine, thank you. Could you please tell us what you're doing here? This woman is very into the injections. Huh? Oh, sure. Well, it's like this. I brought someone to see you. Wait right there. I'll go grab her. Wait. Too late. I wonder who she brought along. If she's here from a hospital, maybe it's a patient? Someone you cut down to size with your trademark rapier wit? And what exactly is that supposed to mean? See, that's right, that right there, sir. When you glare at me like that, I lose the will to live. You don't want to send me to the hospital, do you? Surely he's exaggerating. After all, that's the look I always give him and nothing's happened so far. Edward. Sorry to keep you fellas waiting. Well, that's... Oh, girl, you look like shit. Thoughts on what? You don't recognize me? There is something about her. Something familiar. Edward, it's just cake, clearly. This had your name on it. So I thought just maybe... So you really did put someone in the hospital. Don't be ridiculous, detective. But look, sir, your name's right there on the card. Public Prosecutor Miles Edward, plain as day. Be that as it may. I'm so sorry. She's trying to say she has amnesia. Amnesia? Yes, at least that's what they tell me. Her parents must be so worried about her. I bet they've only been getting around 8 hours of sleep each day. You gotta feel for them. Do I though? Because that's quite a lot of sleep if you ask me. Well, that's a break, but don't worry, alright? Since you had this card, that means you really must know Mr. Edward somehow. So just sit back and we'll take it from here, right sir? At the very least, we might be able to help you figure out your identity. Really? Will you? It's going to come down to what you remember, but yes. Now that's Mr. Edward I know. Don't worry, miss, you're as good as healed. Let's not get carried away here, detective. I'm a prosecutor, remember, not a miracle worker. Where do we even start? So, do you remember your name, miss? I'm sorry. She's been like this since she came in yesterday. So she's only been in the hospital for a day? No way, that's amazing. How did you figure it out so fast? How can one person be so emotionally draining? They found her wandering late last night and brought her in. I wanted to help out, so I went through her stuff to see what I could find. And, did you find anything apart from my business card? Nothing with her name or home address. Oh, wait a second. She was wearing this. It's a pretty unique design, right? What? This pin? What the heck? That Yetagaratsu pin. Does that mean? But it can't be. Okay, is it really you? Okay. It's you, isn't it, Kay? I'm... Kay. Come on, Kay, you really don't remember? Look, it's me, Gummy! That's what you always call me. Gummy? But you're an adult, that's so rude. I don't really call you that, do I? I'm so sorry. I can't believe I feel so guilty now. What the heck happened to you? I've never seen you so polite. Being polite and sensitive is just not... Yeah, it's not something she does. Where's the Kay I know? You're nothing like her. Come show. Careful, detective. We wouldn't want her to get the wrong impression. You make it sound as if Kay is normally a polite or sensitive soul. She's really isn't it? But come on. Not that he's wrong exactly, but... So what kind of person was I before? Well, first of all, your full name is Faye Faraday. Well, Kay Faraday, I guess. I'm so used to saying the other way around. You're bright and fun and full of energy and... Oh yeah, you're a great thief. A great thief? There's a little more to it than that, but yes. Thieves generally steal other people's valuables from their dressers or vaults and... Steal? But that must be so awful for the people I took things from. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know I was a criminal. Maybe I lost my memory as a sort of punishment. No, that's not what I meant at all. I don't think that did her much good, sir. But it sure explains one thing. Look at these gloves. They're just the kind of person like that would wear. Hey, that outfit! This is what she was wearing when they found her. But he had to get her to change out of it and put on hospital clothes, so that's why I have them. There's something on this part here. Could have something to do with how Kay lost her memory. I'll send the outfit over to forensics later and see what they can figure out. Please do, detective. Boy, there really are some thrifty clothes, huh? I'm a criminal. You may be a great thief, but you've never committed a crime in your life. Rest assured you are no criminal. If you say so. Perhaps we better leave it there for now. I'm sorry, I wish I could remember who you are. How do we know each other exactly? Well, that is, how do I put it into words? You're Prosecutor Edward's assistant! I am? So a prosecutor is the head of some sort of great thief network then? No, not quite. We last saw Kay 2 days ago. Perhaps we should try to figure out what she's been doing since then. Was the pin the only item on her person when you received her nurse needler? There were a few other things, but I doubt any of it will be of much use to you. I'll be the judge of that. Could you please show them to us? Well, alright then, in no particular order, I present. Jamming Ninja Mask. Was she at the show or something? A letter. And it's addressed to Kay. Wait, she had a letter addressed to herself and she didn't use that to, like, show her memory of who she is? Like, you could argue that maybe it was a letter for someone else, but, like, that letter literally has her name. The fuck is the nurse doing? Next, a ticket stub, and finally, a fake flower! The kind people like to spruce up their bathrooms with, too. It's a corsage, detective, and they're usually worn by women. And that's that. So, anything useful in there? Kinda hard to tell. Frankly, I'm not really seeing a connection between any of them. I should take a closer look at each piece later when I have the chance. I'm getting so many items. This is bad. How do we get Kay's memory back? We can't just let her stay like this forever. Calm down, detective. I have an idea. You do? I knew you'd come to the rescue, sir. So, what is it? Look closely at the ticket stub. Ah, it's for the viewing platform at the top of the big building. The big building? You know the place? Everybody knows it's silly. It's the hottest date spot in town. They say that if a couple holds hands while they're up there, they'll stay together forever. Teehee. This is yesterday's date, and the ticket is only valid on the date specified. Be on platform 404 till 7:28 p.m. Like, I'll open the thing and... Use limited to the day of purchase, non-refundable. Okay. So, a corsage. Dear Kay, don't worry, I'll make sure you get your precious thing back, Rosie. Who the hell is Rosie? Lost the stuff, that means you use it, right? I think it's a distinct possibility. Well, shall we go see what we can find? Now, just like that? The only way to figure out how Kay lost her memory is to retrace her steps. But what about your thing with the committee? It's not for a little while yet, we have time. Great, so can I leave Kay with you? That would be for the best, but you don't mind, do you, Kay? Of course not, thank you. Alrighty then, back to work I go. If you need anything, feel free to give me a holler at Harris Hospital, okay? I can come running with a syringe 3 whenever you need, you might happen to be. Yes, thank you. I doubt we'll be needing that particular service. Now then, detective, shall we get going? You too, Kay? Yes, sir! Yes, of course. Well, this is a start. April 5th, big building, plaza. So according to this pamphlet, the big building is 50-story high. It's all offices inside, so the viewing platform is the viewing platform up top is the only part that's open to the public. Here, these ones were used, sir. They were handing them out for free in the ticket area. How very kind of you, detective. Alright, I think it's time we headed inside. Look out, the big building is about to fall! What? What? We gotta do something! It's a building! No, please, I'm begging you, stop! Ah, it's no good. Without fresh milk, my thoughts just aren't getting through here to him. What's happening here? What's going on with the building? You stay calm and talk to me, kid. Cut! I'm so sorry, we're shooting a movie. So could you, yes, I thought as much. Forgive our intrusions, we'll get out of your way. Detective? Oh, I'm sorry, really had me there for a second. Yeah, whatever. Say, director guy, can we take 5? I can't work under these conditions. I'm so sorry. Sorry, oh gosh. So they stopped the building from falling down? That's good. I wish we had time to explain, but maybe later. Come along, you two, let's make ourselves scarce. April 5th, 2:18 p.m. Big building, viewing platform, well stuck in this shit. Whoa, get a load of that view! Feel the sun on your face. The wind is very strong up here. That's okay, you stand behind me or Mr. Edward are here. We're about more than big enough to keep the breeze away. Speak for yourself. I'm a twink. Things that Edward would never say. Okay, does this place bring back any memories? I am not sure. Have I really been here before? Perhaps simply encouraging her to talk will help. Okay, please, any thoughts or feelings that come to mind might be a clue we can use. Alright, I don't know if this will be of any help at all, but... I still can't be sure if I've been here before. It's so high up and the wind is so strong. It's terrifying. I don't remember, I just don't remember anything. It's no good, I'm so sorry. No dice, huh? I'm sorry, I feel so useless. I know I'm supposed to have all these memories, but I just can't remember. You have amnesia, Kay. Don't be so hard on yourself. Like, this is just how it happens. My boyfriend got amnesia once because he got hit on the head with a fire extinguisher. What? Don't worry about it. He like got it back by the end of the case that he was working on. You work on a case while having amnesia? Again, don't worry about it. Listen, sir, maybe just this once. Try not to be so intimidating, okay? Or at the very least, don't you see a trademark glare on her? Nobody asked your opinion, detective. Are we seriously just cross-examining her?
Hold it!
I feel like this is kind of important. I used to love places like this, though. But am I really here? I feel dizzy just taking a look around. I don't even think anyone should be allowed up here. What if an old person fair or a child? It doesn't bear thinking about. There's a fence all around us and it's plenty high. There's really no need to worry. If you say so. I'm trying to think, because this is very poignant. It's the kind of thing that I should be able to use to figure out that she clearly fell from some height. Like, that's what makes the most sense anyway, from what we saw. So...
Hold it!
if nothing is coming to mind, just take a look around. Do you recognize anything? Anything at all? Let's see. Ah, cherry blossoms. Go on. I was standing under the cherry tree. Where were you? Like, I'm thinking about it. Like, did you actually like? I'm just trying to remember the preview. Wait, was she standing like? I know it's been like 10 minutes, but like, was she standing in front of the cherry tree? Yes, I was trying to stay out of the rain. It was raining, I remember now. And there was a red something. So it was raining. She was underneath the cherry tree, and she saw something red from where she stood. But what? Was it something I said? No, but if you could add that to your testimony, we could explore it further. Wait, something red. It's only across it. Like, I'm thinking about like what the building looked like at night with like the red arrows. Like, I wonder if that's what she's talking about or is something else.
Hold it!
This something red. Can you tell me any more about it? I'm not sure. It was just a red thing. That's all I can say. It can be seen nearby. That's red. Was it the concession stand over there, perhaps? A red concession stand. Yes, I think that was it. Somebody was walking toward me from beyond it. And then what happened? Then, I'm sorry. That's alright, you could just add that if you could just add the, if you could just add what you told us to your testimony.
Hold it!
The stand in question is the one behind of you, correct? That's right, I remember the red color, and the person walking toward me from beyond it. Saw it out from under the cherry tree. Tell me something, this person you keep mentioning, could you not see their face, or did you simply not know who they were? I'm sorry, I'm just not sure. All we have to go on is a person walking toward her from beyond the concession stand. And the fact that she saw this from beneath the cherry tree. I think the game wants me to present something, but I'm not sure. Wait, let me recheck them. Because I just thought... Oh, there's barely any... Like, you could stand behind the concession stand, but there's not much space to, like, move. So... it's a weird thing to say, like, coming from behind. Because the only place from behind the concession stand would be in the concession stand. Like, there's not that much space there.
Objection!
You said that you saw someone over there beyond the concession stand, and that they were walking toward you. Yes, I can see them getting closer. Are you sure it wasn't a ghost? No, it was a person, I'm sure of it. But from where you were standing, anyone you saw on the other side of the concession stand would have to have been floating in midair hundreds of feet above the ground. So how on earth could have been a person? I'm not lying, I promise. Somebody read the stand, somebody read, and they were on the other side. They were walking towards me, getting closer and closer. Edward, I think you need to tell her to, you know, chill and, like, give her a hug. And then they... Okay, what's the matter? You're alright, we're here. Whatever it is, it can't hurt you. I was pushed and fell. By a person in a red raincoat. A person in a red coat who could walk on air. He supposedly pushed her off of the building. None of this makes any sense, not the least of which nobody could fall from this length and survive, from this height and survive. How did I say length? It is, yeah, it is very impossible to survive. Unless there are a series of very funny incidents on the way down, I would say. Attention everyone, please stay right where you are. What's wrong, officer? I'm Detective Gumshoe. Mind filling me in? Yes, sir, a body has been discovered here in this building, sir. Well, a body? Whose body exactly? Not sure, we're still working on it, but what we do know is that the victim is a young woman. And that her name is Kay. What the blazing? What the blazing indeed? April 5th, 2:36 p.m. Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. Chamber. Wait, this room. Officer, isn't this... Yes, sir, this is the trial chamber of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. So it's here now? I knew that they moved out of the prosecutor's building. I had no idea they'd come here. Well, I guess that's important information. Oh, Mr. Edward and Kate too. How are you all doing? Is Kay feeling any better? We heard there was some kind of incident. Sorry, but who might this be? This is my grandma! Hold on one sec. Name's Hilda Head, Sunny. And who the heck might you be? It's a pleasure to meet you. Prosecutor Miles Edward at your service. Nurse Needler, your grandmother's name hurts. Is she...
Yeah, she's a director of Heights Hospital.
This old fuck woman is the head of the hospital?
Don't you all fucking me, you dang reprobate. Ahem.
How did she do that? Well, sounds like you're kind of a big deal, ma'am.
Oh, that's not... not wrong. Not wrong at all. Oh, he's the one looking after the girl. The one with amnesia.
It seems Dr. Hertz is a bit of an introvert.
Want me to fix those brow furrows of yours, Sonny?
There's no fixing those, ma'am. They're downright incurable.
Well, you're sure you want me to say that, Grandma? Well, alright then. Now, I don't know a dang thing more than to say none of ya. You go on about your business, you hear? As long as our business not involve messing with the deceased's body, I got work to do.
Wait, please,
Not a dang thing, I tell ya.
Hey, you can't talk to us like that. What gives you the right, huh, pal?
Oh, didn't I mention Grandma's also a coroner? She's in charge of this case, which means... Ouch! Which means exactly that,
Wait. Wait. I had to fix my, headphones. That's what you had. What do you mean? Exactly what?
How am I supposed to know? She said it, not me.
It's like I'm trying to copy the routine. I can't explain.
Well, we got a body to be looking at. Catch you later, gang, and take care.
What the heck is their deal? What does it matter as long as we have permission to investigate? What does it matter? But it's a bunch, sir!
What will you do now, Mr. Edward?
Examine the scene of the crime, of course. What kind of prosecutor would I be if I didn't? Alright, let's get to work.
The person over there is called Kay, right? Surely that means it can't be the Kay you know.
That's what we're looking to figure out. But don't worry, you're the Kay that we know. I'm certain of it.
Thanks.
A Kay who lost her memory and a victim who shares the name. One meeting their respective face here at the big building. No doubt this case will be the key to restoring our Kay's memories. I'd stake my life on it. Well, if things had gone as they were meant to, I'd be standing on this podium right now. Yeah, I guess so, huh? I'm glad the hearing got delayed, but I wish it wasn't because someone died. Although it would have been that much harder to investigate had my badge had been taken away. The best thing I can do right now for all parties involved is to get to the truth behind this incident. Officer, tell me about the security arrangement for this room. Yes, sir. You need a special keycard to enter, sir. Interesting, so not just anybody can enter. In which case, the person who discovered the body would have been... Yes, sir, a member of the committee to find it when they arrive for today's hearing. Well, the hearing, my hearing, which should be underway right now if it wasn't for this. An enormous semicircular desk with seating for 11. It almost reminds me of a certain legend. I know the one, sir. The Knights of the Brown Table, right? Whoops, guess that wasn't it. The Knights of the Brown Table. The Knives of the Brown Stable. Further and further from the mark. Put all reference to rubbing his nose in it. For now. I'm sure you became trapped. I have to untrap him for his own sake. That's a lot of books, sir. It's kinda intimidating if you ask me. Intimidating? What could be more welcoming than a good book detective? Guess that depends. I got to chew it out of my life in line library back in the day for running laps inside it. So this isn't really a rivalry, is it? So maybe I can joke around a little, work off some of the anxiety? Something tells me that if I don't stop him, he might very well start running around and around. It's a statue of the goddess of justice. You should know yourself, sir. So, does she know love lessons or what? She's not that kind of goddess, detective. She's a symbol of the sanctity of the law. Skulls represent justice, the sword retribution, and the blindfold shows her impartiality. I'm scared of the scene and expect anything that catches my attention. Like this pool of blood. There's a pool of blood here at the foot of the statue. Judging by the amount of and how it was spread, I'd say this is where the victim was killed. But the body's on the table behind us, sir. How come? Well, it was moved, idiot. I can only surmise the killer must have moved it for some reason after committing the murder. Sorry to intrude. Who is it? Oh god, Francisca is back. I wasn't even I didn't even know. I wasn't expecting her at all. Who are... Huh? What's that, Grandma? I know that voice anywhere. That's from Karma's little girl. Ah, so you do know each other. It has been too long, Grandma Heard. And you as well, Miles Edward. What was she doing here? Francisca von Karma. She's the daughter of Manfred von Karma, a prosecutor like myself, and also a pain in my fucking ass. These days she's mainly been working with Interpol, though I thought she was supposed to be abroad. Well, she is abroad. Don't look so surprised. Where my investigations led, I follow, no matter where in the world that might be. Which means that there must be some kind of international angle to this case, yes? You know full well that I've been pursuing a certain smuggling ring. And that I won't rest until it has been destroyed and its ill-gotten goods recovered. So the smuggling ring is involved then? I thought that was done with! Like we finished that in the other game. That information is to be shared on a need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. I see she means to be as helpful as ever. Miss Von Karma was it? Grandma wants to tell you something. I'm about done here. Scene's all yours. In that case, would like to examine the body yourself too, if you wouldn't mind. I mind plenty. I remember when I heard about you now. Yeah, dang varmint. Don't need no soon-to-be ex-prosecutor messing the place up. Go on, get... just remember it's not me saying this stuff, okay? Please, Granny, it's important. How are you calling a granny, little missy? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. This is going nowhere. I didn't want to have to do this, but... Francisca, I need you to add us to this investigation. We have to see that body up close, or we'll never learn the truth about what happened to Kay. As in Kay Faraday. You gotta help us out here, Kay needs us! I don't know what you're up to, but... very well. Thank you. You won't regret it. Of course, I expect to receive a full explanation when I greet you later. We owe you, sir, big time. I wasn't talking to you, Scruffy. Well, Grandma Hertz, will you allow them to examine the body? I ain't about to say no to an international big shot like yourself, Han, but are you sure about this? Yeah, I agree with Grandma. Are you sure you're sure? Of course I'm sure. It's my prerogative to judge the whole world in my name. That's just common sense. Of the extremely arrogant sort, perhaps. Suit yourself, but don't say I didn't warn ya. Well, yeah, try not to get fired, okay? Don't worry. It'll take a lot more than this to ruin my reputation should things turn sour. Like me, who's on the verge of losing my badge. Investigation again! I mean, how is the investigation going, officer? Great, sir. To tell you the truth, I've forgotten all about work and decided to focus on daydreaming. They say if you think in pictures instead of words, it's really good for the right side of your brain, so that'll be quite enough. Yes, what is it? A murder in the trial chamber of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. This is serious. I did you the favor of allowing you to investigate further. I'll be expecting results. And you'll get them. Would I still be here if I didn't think I could deliver? Come to think of it, why were you here in the first place? So she doesn't know I was summoned before the committee. That's a long story, longer than the nighttime and deeper than the sea. How about we send Mr. Edward the trouble and I'll tell it to you like this? On second thought, I don't care why you're here. What's important is that we solve the case in front of us, agreed? Wholeheartedly. Wait, but you were the one who asked in the first place. What's that saying again? Whip first, think later. But can't you make it the other way around just for me? What are you doing here, Francisca? I thought you were working abroad on something with Interpol. Wouldn't you like to know? But that's top secret and I have neither the need nor the obligation to tell you. I thought she'd say as much. Anyway, never mind that. Where's the prosecutor in charge of this case? Not that I know who's been assigned, but I was hoping they'd take care of the legwork for me. Yeah, they haven't even bothered to show up. What in the world could they be doing? Yeah, I'm not the prosecutor's keeper there. It's hardly fair to whip people who don't deserve it, Francisca. What use is a whip if you don't use it, I'd better to use it on than anybody who isn't giving 110%. I may not know who's been assigned yet either, but I 110% feel for them already. I couldn't help but notice that you seem to be acquainted with Dr. Hertz. How very astute of yours, Miles Edward. Yes, I know her. Once upon a time, we... never mind. He doesn't seem keen to talk about it. Perhaps I better leave it for now. What happened, sir? But what happened once upon a time? You cannot tell us now! Only a foolish fool foolishly pries into another person's business. Now hold your tongue, Scuffy, or you'll get more than a mere tongue lashing. It's a bit late for that. Spare the whip, spoil the child. A whipping time saves 9. Didn't you go to school, you whipless wonder? Francisca, how much did your dad hit you? Like, I'll have it. Like, how much did your dad hit you? Like, you can't give me that and then make me believe that that Manfred von Karma was not hitting his children. Yes, it seems that leaving it alone was the right choice after all.
You pescadores want something?
Nurse Needler, could you tell me a little more about your relationship with Dr. Hertz?
Sure, let's see. Well, I've lived with her since I was little. If I got lost while I was out playing, she'd come looking for me until the sun went down. If I fell over and grazed my knee, she'd watch over me until I found the strength to pick myself up.
That's quite a heartwarming tale. A very classic grandmother-grandchild relationship.
And once I became a nurse, if I stuck a needle in the wrong place, she'd say, "Not there, you bound her there!" And then she'd pull it right out and ouch!
Yeah, I felt that fall. Can't stop talking about needles now.
Anyway, so yeah, I can do any kind of nursing thing I need for Grandma now.
Thank you. That was a very thorough answer indeed. Even if the story didn't end on a heartwarming note, it's nice that they share such a close bond, I suppose. You must be the best coroner in town, Dr. Hertz. I bet you can spot a cause of death in seconds and get it right every time, huh?
What you know about coronering, you big galoot? You don't know the first dang thing.
Ouch. You'll have to forgive the detective, Dr. Hertz. I'll make sure he learns not to say such presumptuous things.
Huh, as if I care. You shut your pie hole, Lisa, Mr. Smarty Pants. Spotting a custody Corelli in second is my bread and butter. Which is why the one thing that gets my gut worse than anything is folks getting in my damn way. I think that's all she wanted to say. Satisfied?
Absolutely, thank you very much. All we want to do is examine the body for clues. We'll do our best to stay out of your way. I imagine it's because of how seriously she takes her work that she reacts so colorfully to us.
My hospital is the finest medical institution in the land. It would have to be with Grandma in charge. How about it? You look like you could use some R&Rs. Yeah, sure do. And you're in luck. We got an empty suite or two with fancy hot tubs and all right now.
Thank you, but as you can see, we're in perfectly fine health. We won't be needing a room at the hospital. Yep, fit as fiddles and strong as oxes. That's our motto, right, sir? It may be yours, detective, but I'd like to think I have a little more going for me than that.
That doesn't matter. Health Hospital was the hell unhealthy too. Our healthy so what stay anyway campaign is in full swing and going great. Not sick or injured? That's nice. Your room is half the price.
Nothing on earth could convince me to spend a night in the hospital for pleasure.
It's a one-time offer, you know, so how about it? Come stay at the happiest hospital in town.
Hot tub does sound pretty good, and half price is might be too good to miss. Seriously, detective? Well, one thing's for certain. It isn't Kay, she doesn't even look like her. I think we knew that already, detective. Kay's standing right over there after all. The victim looks to be in her 30s. She's wearing a white suit. Could be she worked in one of the offices here in the building. Perhaps, but for now she remains unidentified. The question is, why did the police seem to think her name was Kay? I must go to the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Let's see. This catches my attention. You think this could be the murder weapon? A 3-armed candelabrum. The victim suffered the same number of puncture wounds to the chest. Puncture wounds that could have been made by the spikes. A candle album? Not quite, detective. A candelabrum, a candle holder, in other words.
Ah, I gotcha.
That reminds me, I forgot to pay my electricity bill once a while back, and I had to leave it by candlelight for a whole month.
Who does that in this day and age? I don't know, Edward. Maybe people who get their salary cut off several times because somebody is a piece of shit.
Why doesn't the police in the Ace Attorney universe have a union? They should have a union! Like, if there's one union that never gets issues because they always get what they want, is the police union. God. Unless Gumsha is not part of the union, which... there are several things that could be said about that. Okay, let's look the very suspicious hand. It seems she suffered a serious burn to her hand at some point. You think it has something to do with how she died? No, this scar is too old for that. I would imagine it happened some time ago. She's holding something. Detective, could you open her heart for me? Yes, sir! Right away! What is that? Hey, I know! It's a loyalty card, probably from a story. Ouch! It's a key card! Why, sir, why? The question we should be asking is, what does it open? Let's see. There's also a flower, which looks like the one that we found. There's something pinned to the jacket here. A piece of magenta fabric. Whatever it was, it looks like it was torn off pretty roughly. Okay. The wounds. It doesn't look as if there's anything in the chest pocket. Nothing except this hole right here. By the look of the fabric, by the look of how the fabric was torn, I think it was pierced by something sharp. Gotta keep your coins in there now. It all fell right out. Have you never heard of a change purse, detective? Sure have, sir. It's another word for a bucket, right? I give up. Pure white jacket with a deep red stain on its lapel. The jacket. The buttons are on the wearer's right-hand side. What's so weird about that? Buttons always go on the right, no? Not on women's clothing. Traditionally, the buttons would be on the left. Oh god, this conversation. Sorry, I had conversations with someone about the position of buttons on a jacket, and it always makes me laugh because they're very passionate about it. Like I always say, sir, you should know your stuff. This is common knowledge, detective. Nothing else seems amiss. Wait, what is this in the pocket? A pair of gloves, also white. They don't seem to be soiled in any way. I imagine they must have belonged to the victim. The victim's hair is caked with blood. Looks like she was hit with something, huh? Unfortunately, it's too early to say for certain. Perhaps an answer will turn up as we investigate further. We're not gonna notice the hand that is covered in blood? Okay. Let's see, is there anything else on the body specifically? No, okay, time to check the note that it can be clearly seen. This book. What the? That's Kate's promise book. This is where she wrote down all the promises she made to her dad. Haven't seen this in a while. Indeed. Book of vows made by a child to her father. What exactly is it doing here? I just remember something Detective Bat told me a few years back. He said something precious to Kay had disappeared from the station. What? Evidence went missing from police custody. Detective Bat said he looked for it everywhere, but no dice. What could this mean? And why did it turn up here of all places? You there. What do we know about this notebook, officer? The victim was holding it when they found her, sir. It was the only thing with any kind of name on it at the time. So that's why she became Kay. Talk about a red herring! Still doesn't explain how she ended up with it, though. If only we had a few more leads on the victim's true identity. I mean, it seems to be the magenta flower.
Eureka!
Judging by its appearance, I'd said that the flower Kay was carrying originally belonged to the victim. Yeah, now that you mention it, it does look like it was made out of the same fabric. Indeed, let's make a closer comparison. The tonnages match up exactly! You got one heck of an eye, sir! If the flower belonged to the victim, this implies a connection between the victim and Kay Faraday. Furthermore, it appears that the flower was torn off with considerable force. Kay Faraday was involved in the incident somehow, and based on what we're seeing here, we may have no choice but to treat her as our main suspect. What? There's no way she could have done this! I can't even begin to imagine it. There isn't a murderer's bone in her body. Nevertheless, we lack the evidence to disprove such an assertion. For the moment, we're simply considering all the possibilities. Isn't that right, Miles Edward? For better or worse, yes. Well, it seems that's all we can get of the body. Yeah, that seems to be all. Can't be easy reading books outside, or lifting them for that matter. And the committee only just moved. It must have been quite the undertaking. Rolling stuff around is kinda my forte. They should have given me a call. Well, if we run into the chairman, I'll be sure to ask if there's some more heavy lifting to be done. I was joking, sir. I can't be carrying stuff up 50 flights of stairs. I have a real job to do. I was joking to detective, but why were you planning on taking the stairs? That's a lot of books. Nice, neatly arranged bookshelves stretching off into the distance. Quite a pleasant sight, don't you think? There is, there's not a speck of dust on any of them. Reminds me of my special method for cleaning your office, sir. Sweep, then vacuum, then wipe it all down twice. Then on goes the floor wax, and then... If only you approach your actual job with the same level of rigor. We check this. We check this. This is a very unique shape. If it were removed from a dusty shelf or something, it would be immediately obvious that had been standing there. The prongs of each arm are covered in blood. The spacing matches that of the wounds in the victim's chest. But is this really the murder weapon? I would imagine that the victim's keycard probably grants access to this room, wouldn't you? Let me go find out, sir. I'm back. I found some details on the keycard in the security system. It is for this room, just like you said. So the victim was able to enter and exit this chamber freely. Assuming that the keycard actually belonged to her, yes. Indeed.
Yay!
Since we're not closer to discovering the identity of our victim.
Then, am I really gay? Can you really be sure?
Of course we're sure. What are you talking about?
Thank you. And that person laying there is someone you may have murdered, but that's all we can say for now.
No, there's no way she did it. Isn't that right, sir? Indeed, I don't believe that the Kay we know could have done something like this.
You're becoming a real softy mouse, Edward.
Well, look who it is again. Oh no, is it the winner, kid? Is it the winner, kid? I'm going to become the Joker. I know that voice. It's the fucking winner, kid. I should have guessed it.
Why is my life full of pain and suffering? Asking for a friend. The friend is me.
With a win and smile and the #1 name in the business, it is I, Prosecutor Eustace Winner.
Please forgive the intrusion.
Step away from that body, Edward. I didn't call for you and I don't need you. This case is mine, and it's what the victim would have wanted.
You knew the victim. So it really is her. But be not afraid, everyone, for the goddess of justice will guide us to the truth.
She sure will. Now that I'm here, everything's going to be alright. Whoever this is will live to regret it. I'll show them the...
Miles Edward? Who is this imbecile?
Francisca, I've never been so happy for you to be in the room. Keep whipping the kid. I am begging... Francisca, I'm begging you. Keep whipping that goddamn kid. He's been a pain in me goddamn ass this entire time. Why am I getting the dead glare? I've got nothing to do with him.
Francisca von Karma, I presume. My apologies. I should have introduced myself sooner. Verity Gavel at your service. And the deceased in this case is...
Rosie Ringier, attorney at law, and a member of the Committee for Prosecution Excellence.
I see, that would explain the keycard.
So you're the lead prosecutor.
Yep, which means this case will be solved.
You didn't tell me your name yet, little boy.
If you want to know my name, all you have to do is... Ow!
Stop blabbling and tell me now.
It is Eustace Wiener.
I think we've established where the balance of power lies in this particular room. Thanks, Francisca. God, thank you. This is the best moment in the entire game at this point. Thank you, Francisca. I love you.
Mr. Guy in charge? Here, this is from Grandma. What is this? Oh, the preliminary findings. Looks like it's game over for you, Edward.
This isn't a game, Mr. Wiener.
Alright, that's me done. See ya next thief. Yeah, home time. I could murder a bowl of noodles right about now. Well, here, everyone. Stay healthy.
Well, bye to you too, people. Have a good day. Get some noodles.
Let's see. So the wound on her head is from when she fell over after she died.
Eustace?
It was the candle holder that killed her, huh? And she died sometime late last night. What now, Gabriel?
It's very kind of you to share the coroner's findings with everyone, Eustace. But perhaps you should leave it there. We wouldn't want you to strain your voice after all. No, that would be a tragedy. Coroner's findings, Ada.
Anyway, that settles it. We need to arrest Kay Faraday.
What? What the heck are you talking about? I think Eustace's meaning was very clear. Miss Faraday is the murderer. And though she is dressed differently than usual, this young lady covering bandages is Miss Faraday herself, correct? You really mean to arrest her here and now? If you do, then I'll be forced to object, loudly and forcefully. And as if further confirmation were needed, there it is. The committee was right to call your conduct into question. It is questionable in the stream. Please, Mr. Edward, just go. It's fine.
Why? This is anything but fine, Kate.
I still don't remember anything. So maybe I did do it. Maybe I killed that poor woman and I just don't remember. The goddess smiles on those who confess their sins. It is her wish that our confessions cleanse us. She applauds your commitment to the cause of justice, as do I. Judge Gavel? Eustace? If you really intend to arrest Kay, could you at least explain your grounds for doing so? I for one certainly don't intend to yield, not until I've seen some evidence to support your accusations.
Then allow me prepared to be hit with a forceful of deductive genius, Edward.
Correct, Francisca keeps sweeping him.
They call it the human race because somebody has to win it, and that somebody is me. I won this race too. I saw it before anyone else did. Kay Faraday is abandoning, no doubt about it. She's snuck into the committee's chamber looking to do some of her trademark great thieving, which means that nobody but her could have killed Rusty Ringer. He's an idiot.
Deductive genius, that was a total mess. As if Detective Gumtree is saying that, you know it must be bad. I ask you to explain your grounds for arresting Kay, yet you have explained exactly nothing. True, but we haven't seen any proof of her innocence either.
Don't worry, Kay.
It's alright, Kay. Mr. Edward will pull off a miracle somehow. You just gotta believe in him.
Instructions are an act of divine intervention, you know.
Well, Miles Edward, I had for you to disappoint me. But in the event that you do, I will be sure to freely let you know.
Really? You're gonna do that to me rather than to him?
Okay, but Uh... I think it's gonna be the keycard. Like, you need a keycard to enter, so...
Objection!
This one is easy. Are you familiar with this room, Mr. Winner? It certainly sounds like you are.
What can I say? Winners know where winners go. I'm number 1 and 2 and 3.
In other words, the majority of your work is second, if not third rate.
Why do you always have to make fun of me?
You can take it as a slight if you wish, but the fact remains that you seem unfamiliar with this keycard.
What do you take me for? Of course I'm familiar with it. You need one of those to get in here.
Thank you. Have you no shame? Mr. Winner, do you really even suspect Kay?
Of course I do. She did it. Faraday's a killer.
Then perhaps you can tell us how Kay got into such a secure room as this without a keycard.
Well, you know, there was and yeah.
A masterful summary. Now, as we know, only members of the committee have keycards, therefore only they can enter. Precisely. Why is she agreeing with me? Please take a look at this. I had security pull the data earlier. As you can see, the door to this room was open at 12:52 AM with Miss Finger's keycard. Okay, but there's an entry earlier on still with no name attached, which I feel is way more suspicious that Rosie just entering this room. We cannot know for certain, of course, but who's to say the culprit didn't enter the room with Miss Ringer and then kill her over some sort of subsequent disagreement. It's certainly a possible theory, but that's all it is. For one, it would require the victim and her mother to have known one another. Yeah, I didn't know the woman, I'm sure of it. How can you possibly be sure of such a thing? That's pure speculation on your part, detective. There is no place for guesswork in the courtroom or at the crime scene. Hard evidence is what is required. In that case, are you suggesting that you have said hard evidence to support your theory? Evidence that Kay Faraday and Rosie Ringer knew one another. But of course. What? I have here a letter. Dr. Hurst found it in the victim's chest pocket. Another of the victim's possessions. And you kept this to yourself until now. Very fun. You planned for this, didn't you? Is that why?
It was the candle holder that killed her, huh? And she died sometime late last night. What now, Gabriel?
It's very kind of you to share the coroner's findings with everyone, Eustace. But perhaps you should leave it there. We wouldn't want you to strain your voice after all. Ha ha ha. Shall I read it for you? Rosie, thanks so much for agreeing to help with my plan. Now we can both get what we want. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago. Kay. It would seem to indicate pretty strongly that the two of them were accomplices, wouldn't you say? Accomplices in a plot to steal from the very room in which we are standing. Wait! So your principal suspect is... Miss Kay Faraday for the second crime, as well as Miss Ringer's murder? Well, shit. I'm the principal suspect? Don't listen to her, it's all lies, all of it. You're not like that, you never do any of the stuff they're accusing you of. Then how do you explain the letter, detective? Unlike Mr. Winner, I suspected that Judge Cavell herself has some proof to support her accusation. But I didn't expect it to be quite so definitive.
Nicely done, Gavel.
Thank you, Eustace.
Hold it!
I... Sorry, I had to sneeze. We're not done here yet. I still have questions, and you better have answers. Would you mind if I handle this, Eustace?
Be my guest. Have fun arguing have fun arguing Edward into the ground.
I can't let them steamroll me on this. I have to find a way to take back the advantage from them, these motherfuckers. As the letter more than adequately proves, Miss Faraday and Miss Ringer were acquainted. It seemed Miss Faraday had asked for Miss Ringer's help in a plot of some kind, but for whatever reason their alliance must have broken down. Miss Ringer lost her life in the resulting disagreement, but she had one last card to play. The letter she kept safe in her chest pocket, which spells out the name of her killer. She's good, better than ever, even. Think you could take her down, Mr. Edward? Oh, come on. Most of what she's saying is extremely circumstantial. Like, that's kind of like the big thing here. Like, it is, in fact, primarily circumstantial. There's nothing to prove anything that she's saying, even for the letter. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Primarily because, like, we have the other letter, and it seems that Rosie is the one who contacted Kay first. So that completely turns around the situation, because, like, why would Kay kill someone who's gonna get stuff for them? Like, you know, you get what you want and then you leave. Like, there's nothing else there. Whatever Kay had to do for her, it seems secondary to just getting her old, like, promise book. Yes, of course. Don't do this out of pride, Miles Edward. If you're going to fail, do it on somebody else's time. Hey, whose side are you on there? There is only one side to be, Scruffy. The side of the truth. Oh, looks like the kid's got something to say.
Well, if there's only one side to be on, then it has to be on the winning.
Quiet, you! My thoughts exactly. Thank you, Francisca. I love you. Yeah. Let's move on with it, Gabriel. I don't... Okay, but... like... it's not gonna be safe. It's covered in blood.
Objection!
So the victim kept the most vital clue of all, closest to her heart. How very touching. The voices of the dead fight to be heard, and even then they don't always reach us. But her voice rang loud and true, and it told us that Miss Faraday is her killer. I think you may have misheard her, Your Honor, or perhaps an evil spirit was trying to mislead you.
Hey, you take that back!
Perhaps you should try listening to the words of the coroner's report instead. By all means, if I recall correctly, the victim was stabbed on her left side. No. Yes, I'm afraid so. You claim that the letter was found in the victim's left chest pocket, right where she was stabbed by the candle holder. Indeed, 3 puncture wounds to the chest, and yet not one on the letter. Miraculous, no? Well, Judge Cavell, how do you explain that? Because I can think of one explanation. The letter was deliberately placed there after the fact in order to cast suspicions on Kay. Someone went to a lot of trouble to create the crime scene we see before us. And that someone is the real culprit who almost certainly also forged this letter. No! Yes. It's clear that the culprit intended to frame Kay by means of that letter. And you fell for it hook, line, and sinker.
Objection!
No, Faraday did it. Letter was in her other pocket. Yeah.
Huh? Seriously?
The whole left chest pocket thing was a mistake. Whoever reported it must have meant their left. Ah!
Stop your foolish floundering, you foolish fool. Or are you just that incurably foolish?
Why do you keep whipping me? Stop making fun of my deductions.
There, I saved you the trouble of disciplining him. Yes. even though I had no intention of doing so. Francisca, why didn't you come? Like, Francisca, I know I complain every time you appear, but like, I wish you had been here like 3 cases ago. I wish you had been here 3 cases ago, Francisca. I could have used you. The letter is stained with blood, which is likely to have been indeed placed somewhere on her left side. Therefore, I doubt that there was some sort of mistaken report, not unless that report was given by you.
Gabriel something.
No objections? Good, then allow me to continue. So we have established the existence of a second suspect.
No, we haven't. The mother had to get in here, remember? Who else could have gotten in apart from Faraday and Ringer?
Whoever it was would have needed a keycard. Judge Gabriel proposed that the killer enter the room together with the victim. But what if there is something questionable about the very basis of our theory itself? The piece of evidence that points to another suspect other than K, is the keycard record. With a very suspicious keycard that has no name attached to it. Look again at the keycard record provided by Judge Gabriel a short while ago. As already noted, the victim's keycard was used at 12:52 AM. But you will know that someone else's keycard is also listed. A mystery person who could have entered beforehand and lay in wait for the victim, you mean? This other person entered at 10:15 PM, so it's certainly not outside the realm of possibility. Except I'm afraid it is. And where's your evidence, huh, Your Honor? My evidence? I am the evidence, detective. It was my keycard. Okay. Question. Why did your keycard have no name? Why is your keycard there with no attached name? Because I assume if they keep records, they keep an attachment, like, you know, in a database of which keycard is like, you know, of which person. Like that, those things have to be like maintained. That is the information that is kept something. Why was that information obscured, Gabriel? Like, why was that obscured, Gabriel? I want to know. There's nothing suspicious about a committee member entering the chamber as I please, is there? Perhaps not, but that's also not the exonerating evidence you seem to think it is. Unless you can also prove that you yourself didn't murder your colleague. What utter nonsense. What would I have had to gain from killing her?
Objection!
I am sure you know how I'm going to answer that, Your Honor. I believe further investigation will shed light on any motives you might have had. I am a faithful servant of the goddess. Why would I ever resort to an act of crime? I use my keycard, that much is true, but my reason for entering this room is far from questionable. Then perhaps you'd care to tell us why. I had business here in the committee chamber. There were certain preparations to make. Preparations? Sounds pretty suspicious to me. I am not at liberty to share what I was preparing for. But I am sure Prosecutor Edward can make an educated guess. God fucking damn it. My hearing. She must have been busy gathering the documents they were going to use against me. To relieve me of my badge. Alright, children, that's enough. It's good to keep our skills and our tongues sharp, especially when you're young, but that'll do for now. Who in the... really takes me back to the dates of my youth. Back when I would wrangle with a certain detective. How do I put this politely? This man looks evil. He looks like evil. You know when you look at a character design and it's like, yeah, that guy is definitely evil. This guy is definitely evil. Like, this is like evil. This is like super evil. He disappeared, you know. I hope he's out there somewhere, living his best life. He's definitely dead. You'll have to forgive me. It's just, I get so emotional. The tears just... I can stop them.
Chairman Winner.
Winner? Ah, Verity, my girl. Do you ever stop working? Your dedication puts us all to shame. And is this real Francisca I see before me? Dear Chow, when did you get so big?
Uncle Winner?
It's been far too long. Oh, she's not into this, huh? Yeah, I wouldn't trust that guy with a child either. And so formal. I thought we were like family. You used to sit on my knee and shout, Uncle Winner, at the top of your little lungs. Ah, but time goes by so very fast. One can't help but shed a tear.
Dad, what are you doing here?
What am I doing here? A committee member has been murdered and you're in charge of the case, my boy. What is this? Bring your pups to work today?
Silence! Do you have any idea who he is? This man is practically the right hand of the goddess herself. A former chief prosecutor and the current chairman of the Committee for Prosecutor Excellence.
Oh, now, Verity. There's no need to bring all that up. I'm just a harmless old man, really.
No, you look clearly dangerous and capable of murder. Like, look at that smile. That's the smile of an evil person. Allow me to apologize for the detective's rudeness. I am...
Miles Edward, correct. And your little subordinate, Dick Gumshoe. I am Excelsius Winner. Father to this idiot boy, among other things. My wife and I were so happy when he was born. And now she's gone too. Heaven only knows to where.
Dad, you're here. Use my handkerchief.
Thank you, son. You're a good boy in your own silly way.
Did your wife divorce you? God, why is he like...
Heaven only knows where she's gone. Like, here's the deal. Either this guy got divorced, either his wife like divorced his ass, which I would have. Alternatively, he killed her, and that's what he's speaking to about her in those terms. Which I don't know which one is worse. Well, the murder is worse, clearly, but like, Bon Karma didn't get divorced. Like, Bon Karma still had a wife, apparently, by the time that Phoenix Wright gets him in jail. Supposedly, like, implied. Bon Karma has been married for years before he got screwed. And this guy is the one who probably got divorced. The guy who definitely his wife divorced him, if he didn't kill her. Probably for trying to divorce him. Like, that's a lot to think about.
Although, to be fair, if I had to choose between this guy and Bon Karma, I would probably be more willing to fuck Bon Karma. Like, he's a piece of shit, but he seems like the kind of guy who would, like, at least care about trying to be a good husband. Probably will try to be good at the sex. So, like, yeah, I guess it makes sense that, like, Bon Karma actually kept a wife for years and years and years, even though he's who he is. This guy seems like the guy who's like a two-pump chump, and he thinks he's like the sex master. So that's where we're at. Like father, like son, I suppose. Though it's hard to say who's the bigger fool. Well, Verity, how goes the investigation? Thank you for asking, sir. We have identified a prime suspect, 1K Faraday. We are currently trying... You don't have nearly enough to make her your prime suspect, and you know it. Or have you forgotten that what we just discovered about the letter?
Objection!
I tell you, that was just a mix-up. They got the wrong fucking...
Don't test my patience. Alright, that's enough. Let's all calm down, shall we? I'm sorry you had to see that, sir. My humblest apologies. I think you've all made your cases very clearly. Except for you, Eustace.
What? But Dad!
We are prosecutors, and it is our duty to identify suspects and bring them to justice. But I wouldn't dare call someone a suspect without evidence or a motive. Please, Mr. Edward, I know about your relationship to the accused. Because Steve seemed pretty up based on what I've heard. He's no criminal. He helped us get to bad guys loads of time. Much about this case is still unclear, so please, you have to let us. It's our one man, really. The bonds of friendship are so strong among the young. The circumstances being what they are, I'm afraid those bonds won't be enough. What the heck is that supposed to mean? The prosecutor's office needs this case cleared up as quickly as possible. Time is oh so precious and we have so little of it, and there are so many other cases. I'm sorry, but you understand, of course, don't you? Alright, Miss Kay Faraday, time to come along quietly.
Yes, sir.
You're not taking her! She's innocent, I tell ya!
To defy the chairman of the committee is to defy the law itself. It is an act of brazen. A hearing won't be necessary at all. Are you prepared for Mr. Edward to lose his badge over this, detective?
What? So either Kay goes out or Mr. Edward loses his badge? What the heck am I supposed to do?
You'd use his badge to shield yourselves. Oh, the committee too has fallen.
Kay, you're innocent. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise.
Thank you. We've only known each other for a short while, but you've been very kind. And I'm sorry for being a criminal. Your contrition has been noted, Miss Faraday, and will be conveyed to the Goddess of Justice.
What in the world should I do? When I was little, all I wanted was to be like my father. To become an attorney and fight for those who can't fight for themselves. But now, my fate is tied to that of this one tiny badge. One tiny badge against the life of a dear acquaintance. Who am I kidding? There's nothing to wait up here. You know what I would do for my boyfriend? You think I'm not gonna do something for my friend? God, you guys are idiots.
I guess this is it. Goodbye, Mr. Edward.
Hold it!
Judge Gabel, a moment, please.
Yes, what is it?
Have my fucking badge, bitch.
Your badge. What is the meaning of this? I am returning it.
Fuck you too, jerk off. From this day forth, I'm a prosecutor no longer.
Mr. Edward.
What are you doing, Miles Edward? Explain yourself right now.
You're giving it all up, just like that?
You can't mean it, sir. Tell me you're kidding, please. If you're not a prosecutor anymore, then what does that make me? I have one duty and one duty alone. To pursue the truth. If being a prosecutor means I must turn a blind eye to the very truth before me, then I will gladly shed the title to be free. I'll carve my own path. One I believe in. You bitches can go all fuck yourself. Except Francisca. And Gumshoe. And Kay. All of you other bitches though. You can go fuck yourself. I won't let my search for the truth end here.
Objection!
Are you running away from the Von Karma from me? Say what you will, Francisca, you won't change my mind. Like, I still care about you, you're like my little sister and shit, but like, your dad was a piece of shit, he killed my dad, he forged evidence, which I feel like killing my dad is more important, not that you care about that. And I'm not gonna stand for this bullshit, so you're gonna have to deal with it. So you're leaving me behind again. I'll never forgive you for this, never! Francisca, not everything is about you.
No, no, this is all my fault. None of this would have happened if it wasn't for me. Wait, Kay, don't go. You stay right where you are, detective. But sir, I'm not a prosecutor anymore. Don't say that. Where you go, I go, Mr. Edward. I'm always there, right by your side. There's no need for you to do that now, detective. Simply focus on your job and do what you can. Fuck you guys. Well now, this is no good, is it? We've let a dangerous criminal run free. I try, and yet it's never enough. There's no need to worry, sir. We'll set up a cordon. She won't get far. It better not. I'll be very disappointed in you if she does. Oh, I don't trust like that. Are you gonna, like, grow a conscience now that you saw me give up my fucking badge for the sake of the truth? Or are you just gonna be a bitch about it, Gabrielle? She might just be a bitch about it, we'll see. God, I guess we're gonna have to call Fender. Oh no, we're gonna have to call Fender. April 5th, 5:58 p.m. High Prosecutor's Offices. Room 1202. Kay! She's not here either. Where are you? Nuggety knock knock, special visitor. Fender. Whoa, talk about an unhappy face. Everything okay, big guy? You won't earn yourself too many admirers looking like that. What are you doing here? Has something happened? And also I have a boyfriend. How many times do I have to repeat it to you people? Has something happened, he has, I'll say. It's been all over the news. A murder in the committee chamber. I call that a happening, alright. And what were you hearing being today, I thought? Well, I couldn't help wondering if you were involved. They're reporting it on the news already. Heck yeah, a dead lawyer, a young woman on the run, they're lapping it up. It's crazy stuff for compelling too, I gotta admit. So, are you gonna give me the lowdown or what? Well, actually... Whoa! Maybe we're a guy before blowing his mind next time. Things are even crazier than I thought. This isn't a joke, Fender. Kay's out there somewhere all alone and without her memory. Not to mention being the suspect in a murder. That definitely doesn't make things any easier. But where the heck could she have gotten to? You're sure she doesn't remember, Sip? I thought she might have come here, but... No luck, huh? Can't say I'm surprised. Sounds like she thinks she's done you wrong. She wouldn't want to cause you she wouldn't want to cause you even more trouble by rocking up on your doorstep. You think I don't know that, but I'm out of places to look. Take a chill pill, compadre. This isn't like you. You're one uptighter than a clockwork monkey, which isn't a bad thing necessarily. After all, it's good even you running from pillar to post looking to save an innocent from jail. Acting like the attorney I knew you were born to be. Look, Fender, I may have given up my badge earlier, but that doesn't mean I've decided to become an attorney. However, Kay isn't just some suspect in a murder to me. She's somebody I've come to know very well, even if we've only been acquainted for a short while. And she never harmed a fly, let alone another person. Not on purpose, anyway. Blow my mind twice in 5 minutes, why don't ya? Kid's lucky to have you in our corner, champ. I hope you don't mind me saying this, but that's quite the bond that's sprung up between the two of you. Enough to give me and your old man's a run for its money, even. It's nothing like that, really. How many times do I have to tell you people that I have a boyfriend? She's more like a cousin. A cousin that you're very good friends with. You know what I mean? She just likes to involve herself in my affairs. Ah, you can say that again. From what I've seen, she likes to chat into things no whole about. She's done you some good, I can tell. You two make a great team. Can't say I'm not a little jealous, seeing as my partner in crime is no longer around. Anyway, you need to track her down. Connections like that don't grow on trees. I should know. Alright, how about this for a plan? You're fresh out of ideas about where she could be, and you can't just walk the streets shouting her name.
So why not go back to the source? Look into how she lost her memory in the first place. We just might turn up some clues that will help narrow things down. That's not a bad idea. Based on what she told us, it sounds like it all started at the big building. And that's where we're headed! Next up, the big time! And maybe you can give your face the good news on the way. Hey, one come frolicking back into the fold if the first thing she says is you scully like that. Very funny. Fender is truly a force of nature all on his own.
April 5th, 6:42 p.m. Big building.
Viewing platform. It's pretty dark. Is it winter? It has to be. Or, you know, well, the cherry blossoms are like that, so it has to be like early spring. But like, at 6 p.m. on spring? Like, it's already, like, dark like that? That feels weird to me. The sun sure set quickly. Not even a murder on the premises could make this place close with doors. Gotta chase that last lawyer, huh? There's hardly anybody around though. Guess we've got the whole place to ourselves. The first step towards proving Kay's innocence is to figure out how she lost her memory. At the miles, we've got sleuthing to do. This rooftop paradise is ours, so let's fuck it up and do what we're good at for Kay, alright? Do what we're good at, huh? I suppose I should be grateful that at least that there's at least something we can do. Well, the beacon wings of a bird and the body of a lion. I guess the statues are meant to guard a piece of this little rooftop heaven. I have to say they're incredibly detailed, almost frighteningly so. Instead of feeling welcome, I wonder how many people have been scared of by this instead. It's a pretty sizable cherry tree. These flowers are just on the cusp of full bloom, according to what Kay told us. She was standing beneath this tree until she was pushed and fell. So the person in the raincoat that Kay saw supposedly approached her from the direction of the concession stand. Which would suggest that she was pushed over this railing here. The railing is chest high. You'd have to try really hard to go tumbling over the edge of it. Everything looks sturdy enough to. It's the thing here that kinda gets me. Like, there's clearly like a door here that I wish I could like actually investigate. This is the winged horse, the winged horse legend. No, wait, isn't that a horn on its forehead? So it's a unicorn. No, that can't be right either. Unicorns don't have wings. What's this? There's a little plaque there at the bottom showing the name of the piece. Contradictions. That'll teach me to avoid engaging with such things. You can insert the coin to take a good look. Oh god damn it. I pressed without meaning to. You can insert a coin to take a good look at the distant landscape for a few minutes. Okay, absolutely would have been all over this. Okay, I know anyway. But for now, I better focus my powers of observation on this rooftop. Oh, it's you two.
Mr. Edward, we meet again.
What are you two doing up here?
Well, seeing as we came all this way, we thought we might as well enjoy some cotton candy. What the heck are you doing here, looking to get yourself in even more hot water?
You needn't worry about me, Dr. Hertz. I'll be just fine.
Whatever you say, Mr. Soon-to-be ex-prosecutor turned ex-prosecutor, saw that coming a mile off. Wait, what? You got fired?
As I said, you needn't concern yourself with my affairs.
If you say so. So, how's Kay doing? Did something happen? Maybe I can help? How about an injection?
No injections, thank you. Fortunately, a jab a day does not keep the world's troubles at bay.
Yeah, it did get kinda chilly, huh? Come on, let's head home. Alright then, Mr. Edward, catch you again soon.
Well then. Edward, please. This also got TV for showing announcements from the various companies in the big building. But at the moment, it's just showing a regular broadcast channel. What am I starting here for? The Steel Samurai isn't on today. Damn. Hey you, yeah, you have some delicious parting clouds cotton candy to brighten your day. Parting clouds. Well, cotton candy is pretty cloudy. Is it named for the fact that we're so close to the clouds up here? Our gimmick is we take a normal serving of cotton candy and we split it in half, part it if you will. Half the candy, same price, double the profit, and we're laughing all the way to the bank. I don't think your customers will be laughing if you keep sharing that information quite so freely. Okay. What? You went on the tree?
Hi.
Okay.
Don't mind me. I was just laying in wait.
That would make you a criminal, okay? Perhaps you meant to say laying low.
Oh, yes, that...
Nevertheless, I doubt people will look kindly on a suspect haunting the site of her supposed crime. Surely you understand that even in your current state. On top of which, while you've been playing hide and go seek, I've been worried, sick and frantically trying to find you.
Are you mad at me?
Of course I am. Now, what were you thinking coming back here? Do you think your amnesia would excuse your recklessness?
No. I came to try and help you get your badge back.
What?
I thought if I could get my memory back, I might be able to remember killing that poor woman. I thought that if I came back to where I lost my memory, maybe I could...
There's one thing you haven't lost, you know. Your ability to surpass my expectations at every turn. I couldn't be more certain now that you're the K I know so very well. However, I don't appreciate you being so reckless, do you hear me?
I'm sorry.
Seriously, Miles, you're killing me here. You were banking good guy puns and then you went and blew it by blowing your top. Good to see you, Keto. Glad to see you're safe. Come on, bring it in.
Okay.
That's the spirit. Not now, Fender. I was just trying to lighten the mood.
Live news now from the big building where a shocking murder took place earlier today. Police continue their hunt for a young woman known to have been present at the scene. She's considered a prime suspect and police say no effort is being spared in trying to track her down.
Oh, mama, we're not messing around, huh? Well, team, what's the plan? Looks like the clock's ticking down, and fast. Indeed. It's only a matter of time before they find us. Alright, first thing first. Okay, you're sticking with us from now on, capiche?
But I caused you so much trouble already.
You can hardly make things any worse for me at this point.
Mr. Edward!
And it's settled. We're in this together like the Three Musketeers. Massey will be in charge of proving Kay innocent. And I will, believe me. So I'm gonna need you to do everything you can to help him with his investigating, okay, Kay?
Yes, of course.
Great, now we gotta move quick. Can't be getting back by the boys in blue before we've even started. You two may not have any more to lose, but your Uncle Eddie sure does. I still got my fucking badge, kids. Gregory will never forgive me if I got the family of his shut down. Thank you, Fender, I think. I'm sure I owe you more than I'll ever really know.
As you can see, they're still hard at work on the 50th floor. That's where the Committee for Procedural Excellence holds the disciplinary hearings, correct? That's right, the happy people walking by the windows all evening. This is one serious investigation.
Well, it doesn't make our chances of getting out of here with Kay any rosier. We'll have to find a way to sleep as a press. I'm a cool and mysterious customer at Mirror's Arena, but I'm no spy. Maybe we can use him as a decoy if things are desperate. Okay, whatever you're thinking, quit it. I can't tell, it doesn't end well for me.
I must guide the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention.
It looks like this is being broadcasted live. It is looking at the big building in real time.
Does that mean we're on TV too?
I don't think so. The camera is far away enough and it's just dark enough that I think we'll be safe for now. At least we better be. If Kay is spotted, things will go from bad to worse before we know it. Wait.
As you can see,
Okay, this is the same as before. But that's... like, there's another floor there. Like, that's not the right floor. I guess they're still working in the committee chamber. The reporter's right, you can see people moving around. Wait, something's very wrong with this picture. And I can use a certain piece of evidence to help me deduce exactly what it is. There's a contradiction here, hiding in plain sight. Yeah, like, that's not the right floor.
Eureka!
The 14th floor, not the 15th. Question, how many floors does this building have? Easy, 50, right? And ironic that just a few feet above where the committee works its ugly little schemes. It's a place where starry-eyed young romantics come to wish their everlasting smoochy times.
But then, what's the dark space above the 50th floor?
The gloomy underbelly of love? Wait a minute.
Exactly, the committee chamber is supposed to be on the top floor, directly beneath the viewing platform.
But it actually appears to be located one floor below that. Clearly contradicting the supposed facts.
Maybe whoever wrote the pamphlet made a mistake?
Somehow, I don't think so. Call me crazy, bud.
Yes, there appears to be a hidden 51st floor. Wow, and that's where they keep the gloomy underbelly of love.
Ah, my heart! You didn't need to take it quite so literally, Kay! Good, then perhaps you can take this more seriously instead. Come on, have you met me, Miles? That might be easier said than done. It'll still be easier than just trying to endure your so-called jokes.
It seems that really what matters the most about that. This we checked. The tree.
I need to remember not to use it. I'm gonna say keys, but it's not keys. Like I need to not to use the D-pad because I just run with the D-pad.
How have I been of help to you so far? I came back here because I thought it might jog my memory.
How about we go over what you remember one more time?
Okay, I was standing under the tree, sheltering from the rain. Then I saw a person in a red raincoat, and then they pushed me.
Do you remember anything specific about the person in the raincoat?
I'm sorry, I just can't recall anything. Oh, well there is one thing. I could see the moon over their shoulder as they came closer and closer.
The moon?
Yes, it's all very fussy, but it was in the exact same place it is right now. Floating up there above the cherry blossoms.
So the moon was visible over the mysterious figure's shoulder. That's new information, I should keep it in mind.
I keep feeling like there's something just on the edge of my memory.
There is! It could be the clue we need. Alright, just let it float to the top of your mind and say whatever comes into your thoughts.
Alright. I'm seeing... It's very faint, but... I'm seeing a small restaurant, just a counter and some seats, and there's this incredible smell.
A beautiful golden soup, not too thick, and it tastes just right. It's filled with delicious noodles. They're firm, but not too firm. And that's when a thought crossed my mind. I'm going to order another bowl. Captivating memory, but sadly one that has nothing to do with the case. You used to say you were the second great thief Yetagarasu, a noble outlaw dedicated to stealing the truth. Do you really remember any of that? Oh! You remember? I think you're right. I was a noble. Not a noble, Kay. A noble outlaw. Still, I suppose you got halfway there. I'm sorry, I don't remember you well enough to accept a gift like that just yet. That's alright, I wasn't offering it to you anyway. Well, goddammit, woman. Let me think. How do I do this? I'm thinking is that the railing where Kay was standing? That's what makes the most sense to me. No, because the issue's like the issue's how she fell, because she clearly didn't fall like 51 stories high. That would kill anyone. So here's the question of like, where did she fall and where was she standing? I think maybe the railing and the moon? Because like, you have to be in a certain position to be able to see the moon. And to be, you know, like if she was able to see the moon, how close was she to the railing then? Thinking back over what Kay has said, the person in the raincoat approached her from the direction of the concession stand, which implies that she was pushed over the railing on the opposite, on the side opposite the stand. He also said that she could see the moon over this person's shoulder, but when we checked just now, the moon was in a different location than expected. Yet Kay claims it's currently in the same spot in the sky as on the night of the incident. This throws the positions of the moon and the person in the raincoat out of alignment with her story. I think her memories may have become confused somehow. What's more, if she really had been pushed over that railing, she would have never survived the fall. Therefore, I must conclude that she may not have fallen where she thought she did. Yeah, this makes no sense. You may have fallen, Kay, but it wouldn't have been over that railing, because if you had, you wouldn't be alive now to tell the tale. But I definitely remember standing under that tree. If I was pushed, the only way I could have fallen is over that railing, isn't it? Not unless the ground opened up and swallowed you whole. The ground can't just open up like that? How? My bad, not a joking matter, sorry, kiddo. But it may also be closer to the truth than you think, Fender. Let's take another look at the ground in that area. There's a chance we might have missed something. Oh, thank you, you finally noticed. Like, this thing has been bothering me. They couldn't have fallen over the railing. So where did she fall? There must be a clue around here somewhere. I must scour the scene for and inspect anything that catches my attention here. What's this? Looks like a service hatch. Okay, do you think you might have fallen down here instead? Nah, you'd never be as clumsy as that. I'm sorry, I just can't say one way or the other. But kiddo, just another one of my silly musings. You don't have to take me so seriously, you know? I don't?
Never?
Well, maybe not never. If I told you to leap lyrical into my arms, Fender! Chill, Milazarino, what's your sense of Disney?
So, never then.
Shh. Talk about a deep cut!
Well, if the hatch connects to the 51st floor, that would make the most sense. She fell on the 51st floor. One floor high is enough to hurt you, but not that much. Not enough to kill you anyway. Because no one noticed a floor between the 50th floor and the viewing platform until just now.
You got me there. Kinda hard to hide a set of stairs going up to it, if you ask me.
That's precisely it. Things like stairs that are normally out in the open going unnoticed by people seems a bit implausible. Which can only mean the 51st floor is no ordinary floor and can be reached by ordinary means. Then we'll just have to reach through extraordinary means, right?
I don't know what extraordinary means. Maybe let's go for unconventional.
Indeed, consider if you will the hatch we found by the cherry tree. What would you expect to find on the other side of such a hatch? A room of some kind, perhaps.
Oh, a secret room. Now you're talking my language.
Let's go take a look.
Alright, there we go.
What is this place? Look at all that stuff down there. Is it a storeroom?
Whatever it is, I think we can safely say that this is where you fell. Go team, strong one mystery of the list.
Yes, but the greater mystery of K's memory loss remains unsolved. We have a red rain-coated figure who can walk on air to account for, among other things.
Hey, kinda guy basking his success for a second. So we found a hidden storeroom. I would we scooch on down and check it out.
We have pretty much exhausted everything up here. It can't hurt to take a look. Yay! Is that you, Mr. Edward?
Oh god, you're back.
Emma, what are you doing here? I heard about what happened from the Detective Gum show. I was in the area, so I thought I'd come by and see what's going on.
This is Emma Sky. She's a high school student currently studying in Europe to become a forensic scientist and have all the spirit and love for the craft completely destroyed by the time we get to Apollo Justice. The younger sister of a former superior of mine, we've also stood in court together.
The detective called me up in a panic. He said your badge fell off of the big building, the big building, and that Kay was in a man's suit, and...
Hold it right there. Didn't you just leave to go back to Europe a few days ago? And you're back again already?
Yep, I'm here with one of my professors. But not to do any schoolwork or anything, just some interpreting.
Then shouldn't you be off doing that instead of gallivanting around a crime scene?
Oh, it's fine. There's this wonderful thing called body language after all.
Emma, go do your job. That's not an actual language, Emma.
Anyway, never mind me. This is about Kay. How is she? Where is she?
Ah, shucks, isn't that sweet, K-Meister? Your little friend is worried about you.
Oh, yes. Who's this guy? Don't tell me you went and got a new assistant, Mr. Edward.
Very funny, young lady. It's actually the other way around, how you know. A defender, attorney at law, and senior partner of Edward & Co. law offices.
Edward, so you are his assistant. Wait, attorney! Since when were you a defense attorney?
I'm not! To say it's complicated is an understatement. Let's not sweat the details for now. Yeah, first things first.
But an attorney, Mr. Edward, really?
It's like I'm not even here.
What is this, some kind of weird experiment?
Perhaps we should head down below. I'll explain there.
Also, why are you like this? My boyfriend is an attorney and he defended your sister's ass and your ass. Do I have to remind you of that, Emma? Why are you this much of a dick about it? I agree, the police could be here at any moment. And who is this?
I'll explain later, Emma. Come on, time to go.
Alright, but you better explain yourself, Mr. Hotshot Pro attorney.
Trust me, I'll explain that too. Huckary-duckary-doo, down the hatch we go. Well, we're going down the hole. I love the hole. It's my favorite place. It's a hole that was made for me. April 5th, 7:06 p.m. Question mark, 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 question mark? Question mark. It's dark as a grave down here. Can't see the notes in front of my roguely handsome face. Watch your step, Emma. Ouch, I hit my head on something. Make your way down slowly, Kay. I don't want you to sleep. Oh, yes, Mr. Edward. There's gotta be a light switch here somewhere. Ah, bingo. Ooh, oh. This is... So the hidden 51st floor really is being used as a storeroom. I'll need to take a careful look over all these items. Well then. Alright, Mr. Edward, you promised me an explanation or three. I did indeed. Where to even start? 3 hours later. Wow! A lot's been happening, huh? What a case! It's not supposed to fill you with excitement, Emma. Seems you've gotten yourself into a real pickle, Mr. Prosecutor Attorney. I'm not an attorney. Or a prosecutor anymore. Well, whatever you are, I think it's time for science to lend a helping hand. Don't worry, I brought my entire kit with me. Well, if you're sure. Are you kidding? I live for moments like this. Here, let's make this all official. Good working with you again, Mr. Edward. And you, Miss Sky. And then there were 4. Right, everyone, let's get to work. I want to know where that elevator goes. Looks like it goes... down? It's something we'll certainly have to investigate further. But we should look around up here first. Aye, aye, Captain. Let me know if you can find anything juicy. I'll keep trying to see what I can remember. I'll let you know if anything comes to mind. Thank you, Kay. Emma? Ready, willing, and able to investigate, Mr. Edward. Very well. Then let's begin. But first, I need to go get myself some coffee. If I don't get my coffee, then I'll regret it. So I'll be back in a sec. And then, well, I guess we're gonna have to deal with more investigating. So, come back in a sec.
Alrighty, we're back. Time to investigate.
Alright, I forgot. Do not use the D-pad self.
It's kinda creepy, all these masks lying up in there in the dark.
Not a fan of horror movies, I take it.
No way! That stuff's so unscientific.
I think you mispronounced terrifying. I must go to the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Like, the fact that there's no mask here. There's a selection of masks arranged on the rack here. There's even a steel samurai! And what an impressive authentic likeness it is too.
The scientist in me is sensing something strange though. A lack of consistency, you know?
In the sense that the characters represented here feel a little haphazard somehow, I don't disagree. There's even an empty space here.
Yeah, just an empty hook, right in the middle.
Is somebody using that one, perhaps? Well, I think we know exactly what the problem is.
Eureka!
He was carrying a jamming ninja mask when she was found. But it looks like it might have originally come from this hook.
Scientifically speaking, that doesn't seem like a crazy hypothesis. Which would mean that Kay was really here?
As you put it, not a crazy hypothesis, but why?
Did she come to steal something, maybe? There's all kinds of stuff here.
Because she's a great thief who steals the truth, I suppose. No, I think it's too early to jump to any conclusions. These are all case files from various murders.
What? But why would they be in here?
They should be safely under lock and key at the courthouse or the prosecutor's office, which would suggest that somebody removed them without permission. Something very suspicious is going on here, and I do not like it. We need to find out more. She's the only heroine the Steel Samurai needs.
You can say that again. I love the Pink Princess.
You watch shows like that, Emma?
Of course, you love them too, right?
Well, I don't really know all that much about them, but sure.
Really? Because I saw the Steel Samurai figure in your office, so I thought...
I can't believe you never seen it! It's the Steel Samurai and the Nickel Samurai. I'm just looking at the mask and being like, God, really, guys?
The Nickel Samurai always seemed kind of pleased with himself. To me. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not just about being skinny and cool. You know, there's more to it than that. I'm Team Steel all the way.
You've just gone up in my estimation, Emma. What TV show are these from?
I don't know a whole lot about it, but I believe it's called The Students of Starry School. It's about an elementary school where the students are all superheroes. So their masks are all modeled on sports safety helmets or something, right? And maybe the number of eye slits tells you their student ID number. So the one on the left would be number 1, and the right is number 2.
I suppose that could be it, yes.
And that would mean a ton of slits for the kids with the highest ID numbers.
I have to admit it to being a little intrigued by this show now. Edward, no! Edward, do not watch My Hero Academia, it's not good!
Edward, you shouldn't watch My Hero Academia! That's Captain Saipan! He's super popular overseas. Everybody loves us enough like him. Kids, adults, you name it.
I find the flower on his head a little excessive myself.
That mask! That's Global Hero Onyokopon!
And why is that so shocking?
You really don't know? Everything about the show is secret. When it's on TV, who makes it, so the merchandise is super rare.
It sounds to me like whoever made it may have has simply gone out of business. And that appears to be it for this section. These are...
What's the matter, Mr. Edward?
If I'm not mistaken, several of the items on display here are pieces of evidence from old cases of mine. But what are they doing here?
Maybe this is where the committee stuff it's looking into?
It can't be. Evidence like this is stored at the police department.
You don't keep stuff at the prosecutor's office, too.
When a case is ongoing, yes, but once the last trial has finished up, it's supposed to go right back to the precinct. Unless there's a very good reason for it to go elsewhere.
And yet, here it all is.
There's no point in trying to figure out the whys right now. I should take a closer look at it all. They all have labels. Labels with numbers printed on them.
Exhibit numbers? Maybe you said they were all pieces of evidence, right?
Yes, judging by how the numbers are written and by the items themselves. I guess these are prices.
Prices? I would have never guessed that. Wait, but none of these things could be worth that much money, could it?
The prices are very high. It's no wonder she's surprised.
I must examine all of these in detail. A mannequin, huh? Wait, I know, all thanks to the power of scientific deduction, of course. It's evidence from an old case of yours, right?
No, this time. I've never seen it before in my life. It doesn't seem to fit the other items in the room either. For one thing, it doesn't have a price tag, so why is it here?
That's a cute little doll. It looks kinda like the Steel Samurai.
It's actually the Iron Infant, son of the Steel Samurai and the Big Princess. He was warm burdened with the knowledge that he too would one day be called upon to fight for justice. I can imagine the pressure that must have put him under, more than most people could bear. Yes, he's young, but you can sense it nonetheless, a certain tragic refinement.
Edward, Mr. Edward, are you even listening to me?
Of course.
Isn't he a cutie? Look at this fluffy little guy.
That's a stuffed animal we found at Goat Lake. He should be in possession of the prosecutor in charge of that case. So how did he wind up here?
But look, he's missing his left horn.
He is, but he never had it in the first place. At least, not as far as we ever saw.
Defective merchandise, huh? Then we need to contact the manufacturer. Item on a recall.
Now that I come to think of it, why would anyone give the president a broken toy to begin with? I mean, it could have been broken from years ago, to be fair.
So this storeroom is actually more of a stock room?
It would seem so, much as it pains me to consider such a thing. How can a person sells of evidence from serious criminal cases?
And who to? Who would even want to pay for all this stuff?
Somebody, clearly. The price tags are proof of that.
Wow, people really will collect anything, huh? Fascinating. That's odd. This is the only spot with nothing on it. But it still has one of those signs in front of it.
Indeed, and look, there's an outline in the dust on top of the cloth. I said something was probably sitting there until quite recently, weren't you?
You know what? I think you might be right, but I'm drawing a blank, trying to imagine what.
And I might have an idea. A star-shaped outline. And we have a piece of evidence that might well be connected. Yeah, I know exactly what it is. Yeah.
Eureka!
Wait a second. I think I'm fine. Like, my nose is just really stuffy for some reason, and I'm kind of suffering. The outline in the dust matches the bottom of the candelabrum exactly. I said there's a very strong chance that this is where the murderer took it from.
Which would mean the candelabrum was evidence from another case.
It certainly seems likely, but that's not our concern right now. The key thing to note is that the murder weapon was taken from this storeroom. So it had to be someone who had access to it. Nothing of interest. Really, we're not gonna talk about the Blue Badger. A bottle of ink on a lantern. Both pieces of evidence from a previous case of mine. But why? What's all this stuff that's related to you doing here? It's not as if any of it was in my possession for any length of time. The duration of the case, and no longer. Perhaps this is all nothing but a coincidence. Seriously, a coincidence? I never thought I'd hear those words coming out of your mouth. We must always face up to the facts of a situation, however strange they may be. Isn't that what scientists believe too? Ah, you wanna talk about what scientists believe? Settle in. This may take a while. A small bottle, one I've seen before. Oh, that's all? Nothing else to add? Well, no. What more do you want me to say? Hold up, I got to write this down. Mr. Edward can turn even the most boring topics into something picturesque with his explanations. Next time try taking those words, those kinds of notes in silence. Okay, nothing here. Scientifically speaking, I'd say this looks like some kind of wooden icebox. Yeah, the cheese are probably to stop the cold air from escaping. I don't mean to contradict you, Emma, but isn't this just a box for storing clothes in? The wood is imbued with a natural repellent that keeps the moths away. Oh, yeah, sure. Guess you could look at it that way too. And keeping your clothes chilled would be nice for the summer, right? Still not prepared to let go of that particular part of your hypothesis, I see. The statue. What is it? Got some new data for me? Not exactly, just something from a case I work on, a piece of evidence. I believe it's called the Alfred statue. And there were two of them, a real one and a fake. Whichever one this is, it shouldn't be here of all places. A null case, huh? Guess you have worked on a bunch of different... Gotcha! What the fuck are you doing here? Cutting the eye, red-handed, guilty than a tomcat covered in cream. Ah! My eyes! Stop that at once! Ain't no stopping my snapping till I cut every damn detail and then some. Y'all think I'm about to let the criminals go before I get the shot? Think again. We're not criminals. Yeah, sure, pull the other one. It's got bells on. This air camera's a weapon of justice. It ain't about the wee hornswoggle by your cheap denials. Oh, it's you. Huh? Why? You're that low-down dirty jerk of a prosecutor, ain't ya? Who are you calling a low-down dirty jerk? This is Lotta Hart. She's been a pain in my ass for a while, but mostly a pain in my boyfriend's ass. A photojournalist by trade, with cross paths on a few occasions, especially on that one particular case. She's hard to forget, and even harder to get a word in edgewise with. Quit making that face, will ya? That's the face of a no-good schemer if I ever saw one. Seems I didn't leave the best of impressions of her either. Well, it's payback time, Mr. Schemer. You ought to be thankful all I want from ya is a couple pictures. But we're here just to investigate. Sure, yeah, if I investigate, you mean pull the wool over Lotta's mild-eyed eyes. Sorry, Mr. Edward, I thought you might listen to me. You didn't hurt to try, I guess, but we're probably better off leaving her alone for now. Right, I forget. No, do not use the D-pad. A bunch of trophies and... Oh, look, somebody left a walkie-talkie here. Looks to me like it was put there deliberately. Rather like it's on display, to be honest. Hey, there are batteries in here too. It could be useful. Let's take it with us. Nobody will mind if we use it for a little while, will they? I can take it to the police station afterwards. Someone's starting to sound like a certain great thief. Whoa, that's one heck of a desk. I wonder who it belonged to. There are 4 male figures acting as legs holding up the tabletop in the center. It's hideously cringy. And it doesn't even have the good decency to be camp enough to look back around. God, Edward, you're so gay. Like, that's the kind of, like, that is sincerely the kind of complaint a gay man would have. It's like, it's super cringy and it's not camp enough to loop back around to being cool. Like, it's camp, but not good camp. Like, this is so queer behavior. I have the feeling that Edward has watched Pink Flamingos, which is hilarious. Like, at this point, I think that he's watched Pink Flamingos.
Is this one of your old cases too, Mr. Edward?
No, I can't think of anyone related to any of my investigations with such an ostentatiously awful taste. At least I don't think there was. Bad news, Edward. That's definitely like Red White's desk. He just doesn't remember Red White. Some banknotes just left up for all to see. A little tasteless, wouldn't you say?
No way! These are all $100 bills! That's a fortune right there! How many years would it take for you to make that much money, Mr. Edward?
Please, Emma, I don't even want to think about it.
What is that giant head thing?
It's the head of the great Miss Monkey. I remember the case well. But how did they even get it up here?
Ah, Miss Monkey, that doesn't sound right. Are you sure you didn't get the name wrong, Mr. Edward, or remembered it somehow?
Don't be ridiculous, as if I ever make such a mistake. Oh boy, this whole experience is enough to boggle a guy's mind. Mysterious storerooms, that's only distress, it's got the lot. Could you at least try to take things a little more seriously, Thunder? Okay, hey, I can try. But no, but seriously, I'm as keen to help Kay as you are. She's safe with me. You gotta do your thing. It's not Kay I'm worried about, it's you. There.
You said this statue was a piece of evidence from an old case of yours, right? It's pretty weird looking, I have to say.
It's known as the Alfred statue.
The what?
The Alfred statue.
But it says here it's called the Alfred statue. Alfred, Alfred.
What are you muttering about?
Nothing. Let's carry on looking around, shall we?
Oh, Edward, you're so dumb. I don't think I can actually, like, comment on the... Wait.
Wow, this is some sturdy construction. Thick floor plates, sturdy supports. At a rough estimate, I'd say it could hold 50 of you easily, Mr. Edward.
Except for the fact that it's nowhere near big enough.
You say that, but back yourself ain't tired enough, and I think you might just do it.
I really don't think so. Anyway, we have more important things to be investigating. We can theorize about the elevator once we're done.
Maybe you're right. Fine, 45 Mr. Edwards, 48 tops.
Emma, please. I need you to move so I can talk to Kay. Oh wait, she comes as I already talked to her? Okay. Before I deal with the most annoying character... I've seen items of all evidence marked with price tags along with a huge pile of cash. I think it's pretty clear that somebody has been running an illicit trade in judicial goods.
Shady deals on a hidden 51st floor. This is big, it has to be, right?
I think it might be, but we'll need to investigate a little further yet. We need to find out more about what's going on here.
If only there was an eyewitness we could interview.
An eyewitness, huh? Well, I'm gonna regret this, but... Why exactly are you here, Miss Hart?
Me, I tell ya, I'm in it for the truth. For the good of the society, and for little me, of course. I'm a photographer for the people.
For the people? If you won't tell me the real reason you're here, perhaps I can hazard a guess. Somebody was carrying out an illicit police evidence trafficking scheme here in the storeroom.
Ah, so she's after a juicy story. Makes sense. Well, how do y'all figure that out? Guess it means I don't have to tip it to a running anymore now. One of my sources told me on the down low about an underground action.
What? So all the items here.
Were sold to the highest bidder. Folks was slinging money around like it was going out of fashion. Had a consumer myself, of course, get eyes on me, those big, you know? Should have heard the tales of my contact was telling me. Taller than 2 trees or so, I thought I first. Anyhow, wasn't about to write it up based on hearsay alone. So yesterday I snuck in, slung behind this here statue and settled into 8. Meeting started late at night and carried right on through to the break of dawn.
So the action and the murder happened on the same night. Coincidence? Probably not.
30 deals in a secret storeroom. Talk about a story.
Was there anything else on sale apart from the items of evidence in this room?
Sure, there was regular old stuff too. Shady artworks from who knows where, that kind of thing.
In what way are shady artworks regular exactly?
But the evidence was a big draw for sure. Reckon they were selling them faster than the crooks could smuggle them out of the cop and prosecutor shops. And I'll bet you got pictures of the whole thing, right, Miss Hart? Well, you see, the measurement was down below. I had to try and see what I could from up here.
Having been up here since yesterday, I assume you witnessed the entire auction from start to finish then?
It was an underground affair, like I said, so folks wasn't exactly giving much away. All them customers came down one at a time from up on the floor there. Threw on masks as soon as they go down the ladder, as that ain't all. They had voice changer doodads on him, see? Teeny tiny ones, didn't care that a book's behind. It's so you couldn't see their real faces and you couldn't hear their real voices. Surreptitious as all heck. You mean surreptitious, right? I surely do. Sweet, sweet surreptitude.
Also not a word.
Anyhow, once they had their gear on, they went right on downstairs. And then in came the next one. And it came time to leave, they all done the same but in reverse. Up they came again, one by one by one. Mouse back on the hook. Up the ladder and away. Whoa, that's a serious operation.
A little too serious. And how many participants were there?
11 altogether. Could count him when they came down the ladder.
Well then. Delicious coffee.
I did just hide behind a stupid statue the whole time, you know?
Sorry. You didn't? Then where were you?
Well, when I first got here, you know what? That ain't important right now.
So you were hiding behind the statue from the very beginning.
Anywho, I watched all them folks come in from the spines there in the shadows.
I see. So you were watching from behind the statue.
They used that there elevator to get down below. And once they were all down there, I snuck up and took me a peek of what was going on.
You mean the elevator remained in the room beneath?
Nah, they sent it back up, but there's a little peek hole if you know where to look. Elevator don't quite seem flush with the floor, see? And if you bend down and squint just right, you can see the whole shebang.
Did you catch sight of who was in charge?
Alright, sure, I guess I did. Ain't half so good as a story for you don't get a glimpse of the evil ringleader after all.
I wonder who this ringleader is. I'll have to ask her some more. You mentioned a ringleader. Can you tell me any more about them?
Yeah, I should know I came here to get me an exclusive. And that exclusive ain't much dang good if you done spilled the beans already.
I see, so you don't actually know anything about them.
You think that's why she wouldn't give us an answer? Makes sense, I guess. You got me. Couldn't see it if it was a man or a woman, a kid or an old-timer, nothing.
What were they wearing? Could you see that at least?
Sure, white jacket, white gloves, and a magenta flower on the lapel. Them 3 things is what I remember.
What's good at the description of that outfit if I don't got a clue who was wearing it? So these ringleaders disguise their identity too, just like everybody else. Yes, they mask, voice changer, the whole 9 yards. They were wearing one of the masks. Which one? Let me see. Oh yeah, this guy, Servant. Servant? What kind of name is that? Seriously, Mr. Edward, you never heard of Servant? He's global hero Onyeka Pon's arch nemesis. Who hasn't heard of Servant the Time Lord? I think you might be better off asking who has. So you didn't get a glimpse of their face at all? Nah, dang well didn't, which kinda scooches my scoop. This whole mess has been nothing but a snipe hunt. I should have never come. Well then. I know of somebody who was dressed like that. Maybe I should try showing that evidence to Miss Hart. I mean, I think it's a coroner's finding. You said that the ringleader was wearing a white jacket, white gloves, and magenta flower, correct? Sure did! Don't ask me why that was dressed up like that. Dressed up like a peacock on parade, eh? But it was. Is this the outfit you saw? Well, holy smokes, it sure a heck is. But wait! So the big cheese is dead? All we know is that she's the victim in the case we're investigating. Her name was Rosie Ringer. Do you know her? No, so the ringleader was the lady. But ain't that just sleepier than sleepier than well, ain't that just a sleepier in a dang deal? Throwing me off with a man's jacket like that. I hardly think she did it to fool you specifically. But setting that aside for now, what's important is that we've discovered something vital to the case. Namely that the underground action was shared by none other than our victim. So somebody done bump up the bus, huh? And that's what was happening. What was happening? Oh, nothing at all. Y'all just gone about your business now. No offense, Miss Hart, but that made you sound about 5 times more suspicious. Suspicious my foot, I told y'all, is nothing. And you won't get nothing more out of me than that. Wait, so there is more. How many dang times do I gotta tell ya? It ain't nothing, okay? And I ain't saying nothing either way. You can tell it just a little more, pretty please? I'll tell you this, okay? I'm a journalist, a news hound, a scoop hunter, you hear? Exclusive articles go out, money comes in, that's how the game is played. Tell you more, heck, I done told y'all too much already. Wait, what if I examine some fingerprints for you? Pro bono. What kind of cockamamie thank you is that? I sooner get a tooth pulled. You want it until you dig it yourself. Just like I had to. Okay, guess she isn't going to talk to us, going to talk to either way, talk to either of us. She will. I'll handle things from here, Emma. There's a certain technique I find useful when dealing with difficult customers such as her. She may not give out the information voluntarily, but that doesn't mean she can be persuaded to. With violence. Verbal violence. Manches. Man, it's been a while since we had manches. Let's start by observing her opponent. I ain't telling y'all nothing, you hear? No, quit wasting my time before I really blow a fuse. As we think she's very quick-tempered, she'll try to cut the conversation dead whenever possible. I won't have much time to think, so I'll need to be swift and decisive. Miss Hart is definitely hiding something from me. So my first move is to discover what that something is. My chess. I can see you're a little agitated, Miss Hart. Let's just calm down and try to— I am calm, dang it, this way I will be just as soon as y'all quit yanking my dang chain. That's better. Being a nurse and all about keeping a cool head no matter what the world throws at ya, see? Speaking of news hounds, this might interest you. I met one a few days ago. She was a very hungry young reporter indeed. A reporter with a very particular turn of phrase, similar to your own, in fact. Oh yeah, she spoke like me, huh? Guess that could have been someone I know. Her name is Tabby Lloyd. And if I had closed my eyes, I could have believed I was listening to you. She told me about somebody she called the Chief. She was talking about you, wasn't she? Oh, so y'all met Tabby, huh? Well, ain't that something? Really, y'all bump into her. She's a great kid, reckon. Wait. Oh, no, you don't. You ain't getting on my good side bringing her into this, you sneaky snake. You nearly had me, too. Interesting. Talking about Miss Lloyd seemed to make her lower her guard a little. I think we can use that to our advantage. I need you to tell me everything you know, and don't you dare leave anything out. Go jump in that creek, you big bully. Why should I tell you anything? You don't got nothing to do with me, nor me with you neither. Time to deploy my clue. I don't have anything to do with you. That's a little unkind, don't you think? After all, I know your apprentice. I know her pretty well, in fact. Yeah, well, guess it does seem kind of cold of me to say that if you know her pretty good. Wouldn't want the poor kid thinking I don't give a rat's behind. Good, then you tell us what you know. Then you'll tell us what you know. Fine. See, it's like this. Get me a script. Wait, what am I thinking? Dang it, Lotte, you can't let him bamboozle you out easily. What was that about a scoop? Oh, forget it. It was nothing. How embarrassing. A professional journalist making a careless slip of the tongue. You have a scoop, don't you? Now tell me what it is. Ah! Alright, I cut me a scoop, a big one. But I can't just go babbling about it to y'all. I got bills to pay. You may be hiding something very important. I have to get it out of her somehow. We need to know the details of this scoop. She's quick to anger, but she's also quick to let key information slip. Now that we know that, the rest shouldn't be too hard. Let's see what else we can get out of her. Your big scoop involves something criminal in nature, doesn't it? Meh. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. Which isn't. This is important. Alright, you don't gotta holler at me like I ain't done nothing shameful or nothing, just knocking and did some undercover reporting. Well, I'll be the judge of whether your actions were shameful or not. An unlawful entry into private property is very shameful indeed. In fact, it's a crime. Hey, you did that exact same thing, genius. But I guess you're a prosecutor, huh? You're allowed to do stuff like that. Let's not mention the fact that I handed in my badge, shall we? Still, it don't amount to a whole heap of beans, right? Let's fuck out it, I've done way worse. Murder for one, next to murder, trespassing in hardly nothing. From your mutterings about murder just now, I gathered that your scoop had something to do with a homicide. Nah, we're just talking out hypothetical like. You know about murder being the big one and all, ain't nothing worse than murder. Not the most skillful evasion I've had in my career. Not by far. Look, I don't tell you, okay? I snuck into the auction, I'll cop to that. But murder, I don't know nothing about no murder. I ain't seen nothing, ain't heard nothing, scouts are not. I don't have a clue as to how to proceed with this line of questioning. I better try another tag. This scoop of yours, does it have something to do with the auction? You know what, I clean forget, huh? Will you try to infiltrate an underground auction? It only stands to reason that you observed something, otherwise what would you have to write about? I don't know what to tell ya. I didn't hear nothing. You do realize you have nowhere to turn, don't you? Oh, God damn it. Quit relating me, will ya? This whole thing's a waste of my precious time. I should have picked my words more wisely. Oh God. Okay. If you didn't hear the sound of nothing, does that mean you did hear the sound of something? Something during your time in this room.
Well, see, it wasn't nothing really, just a little nice is all. Wouldn't even make page 16. Forget I mentioned it.
So something happened during the auction. Something that made a noise of some kind. This could be a valuable clue. Okay. This got a little too close for comfort. Yeah, you're sneaking, which is in fact a crime. God, we're really close to dead. Please. Time to deploy the clue or I'll die. You told me you heard something during the auction. You claim it wasn't important, but it must have been, otherwise we'll remember it. I think it was something very memorable indeed. In fact, I believe it was the cry of a murder victim. I keep doing that! Alright, it's true. I wound up smack dab in the middle of a murder scene, but only by accident. And that's all you're getting out of me. Won't be a scoop left otherwise. The murder Miss Hart witnessed. It must be the same murder we ourselves have been investigating. That should prove to be a very valuable piece of information indeed. Perhaps we should finish up by confirming the credibility of her claim. God, I have to be careful, this bitch is really hard. I have her on the back foot now. Time to finish this. I need you to describe the murder in detail. It's vitally important. Wish I could help ya, but I don't rightly recall a whole bunch. Ain't much I can tell ya. Sorry, I mean, look at me. Can't even get my facts straight half the time. I don't have a clue as to how to proceed with this line of questioning. Okay. Be honest, Miss Hart. I know there's something you're still not telling me. Ain't nothing left to tell, dang it. I've done spilled my guts already. I don't have... Oh, goddamn, another one? You said you wound up in the middle of a murder scene. Is that really true? You're calling me a liar now. Oh, we know I'm a real mod. I'm a journalist. How am I gonna sell stuff if folks can't trust that I'm telling the truth? I got me a motto, you know, faster than anybody, honester than anybody. Motto, huh? That could be an important clue. I should bear that in mind. This might be for this. Oh, really? Okay, this one then. Time to deploy my clue. I can't imagine that being so vague on the facts is a trait valued among journalists. Surely accuracy and honesty are what's necessary when reporting on a story. Well, see... It seems your so-called information is not credible after all. Look, there was a murder and I was there. I can't prove it. You do realize you have nowhere to turn, do you? Oh, goddammit. Really? God, now I might lose this one. Like, she's really putting me in a spot. You can prove it, can't you? How? I got it right way ahead of it. I was just talking to myself. Don't think nothing of it. I'm still hiding something. This is a very vital clue. I need to use it to maximum effect. Be honest, Miss Hart. I know there's something you're still not telling me. I ain't nothing left to tell, dang it. I done spilling my guts already. Okay, yeah. Oh god, I think I done it. I know you've been keeping something from me, and that something is proof. Proof related to the murder you witnessed. Proofs sound enough to form the basis of a story you're hoping to sell. Dang it, what the heck? Give me a break, will ya? I'll come clean, okay? That's what you want. Right here, I don't snapping me a photo. Happy now? You better be. And that's checkmate. Well, thank the Lord, we almost got screwed. Can't believe I let that happen. Betrayed by my own big mouth. Well, it happened, so it's time to tell us everything. I saw the whole thing, watched that action from start to finish. But you didn't just watch it, right? You took pictures too. Yeah, but so like I said, I was spying on the whole thing right from the get-go. They was all shutting out bits, and somebody wins something and bam, down comes the hammer. I turn upstairs and pay, shouts the old ringleader, and then the whole thing starts over again. Anyhow, as soon as that happened, I had to think quick. That's when I ran behind their statue and hid. And who was it that eventually appeared? Didn't see nothing, but it has something that made me pretty sure it was whoever plays the winning bid. The sweet, sweet sound of cold hard cash. I'm not sure I have any idea what that sounds like. The sound of someone counting bills, perhaps. Anyhow, the idea was you settle your bills up here. I had two people yabbering for a little while. Wait, so two people came up on the elevator? Yeah, betcha. I guess the other one was a friend, the ringleader. Anyway, yabber, and it goes for a little while, then scream. Well, that shook me up pretty good, so I hunkered down in my hiding place and tried to stay out of sight. So you didn't see the moment of the murder? Nah, but I had it real good. You didn't try and help whoever was being attacked? Quit trying to be funny, girlie. It don't suit ya none. I'm just a dainty little journalist all on her lonesome. You think I was fixing to jump in and save the day? Dainty? Anyhow, then there was a bunch of rustling sounds. Right about when that was happening, I got to feeling pretty bad about what I'd done. That makes sense, I guess. After all, I didn't remember to get my camera and snap even a single picture. Scoop like that dropped right in my lap and I miss it. Somebody ought to tan my hide. My honest reaction to that. Anyhow, then a little more time goes by and there's this kind of clattering noise. And I'm thinking, gotta get the shot this time, so I grab one real quick from in the shadows there. Could we see this photograph? Do I have to? It's here. That's the person in the red raincoat, the one who attacked Kay. So Kay's raincoated assailant also attacked the victim here in the storeroom. Then proceeded up to the roof where they assaulted Kay. Research picture data jotted down in my organizer. Wait, I'm just like the hand. They have blood on their hand, just in the same hand where like Rosie has it. There's only one person in this picture. Where is the victim? Well, I wonder the same thing. Had two people, but there was only one in the shot I got. And I didn't see nobody nowhere else in the room neither. But that's the killer, alright? Leastways, I'm pretty sure it is. So, are we saying the victim disappeared? How do you know it was the killer just by looking? Because they're literally red-handed with blood. How else will that get there, huh? And the action just carried on after that. Shitty, they just went right along like nothing had happened. Rituals is crazy than a box of frogs. I'll never understand how they think. Funny, I find journalists a struggle to understand as well. Oh, thanks for your statement. Well, what else? I think we checked everything. Yeah, okay. Time for logic. Logic. If the storeroom was the actual scene of the crime, then you'd expect the body to have been up here at some point as well. Well, yeah. Think back to what Miss Hart told us about how the customers left the auction. Do you remember? Of course, they came up from downstairs back to the storeroom and... Oh! Exactly. The killer would have had to hide the body in order to avoid his discovery. The question is, where did they hide it? Emma, if you wouldn't mind putting your skills to work for me now.
I'd love to. You just say what you need and I'll get right to it.
Very well. Then I'd like you to check for blood residue. A luminal test, in other words.
Sure thing. Prepared to witness the power of science.
I've never seen somebody's eyes actually sparkle with anticipation before.
Alright, how about we test the ladder over there first? Based on Miss Hart's picture, I'd say the person in the red raincoat was about to climb it and make their escape. Which means there's a high chance of a positive result. To test an area, just press A. Let's spray the little luminol on it. And if it happens to land on some blood, you'll see it react like this. I still feel super raw to see it just appear like that. Anyway, that's a positive, but it's still faint. Spraying it a couple more times should be enough to really make it stand out. Yeah, that brought it out nicely, and made it feel much more real. Anyway, I think you got the gist of how to look for blood traces, right? I'm sure there's still some more blood to be found, so why don't you give it a try? And that's how it's done. Take a good look around and see if you can find some other places to test with luminol. You want to test here?
Yeah, actually.
Sorry, it's a negative.
If I had to guess, it's gonna be this thing.
Just place a luminol on any place suspicious.
There it is.
Mr. Edward! Blood!
But how could he have gotten there?
Maybe somebody put something with blood on it on there? There are still places we haven't tested yet. Let's see what else we can find.
That's a negative, okay. Negative on the statue. Negative on the trophies. Negative on Red White's incredibly tacky desk. Negative on the money. Not negative on the... elevator.
We got a positive, there's blood here.
But how come? Probably because this is where the murder was actually committed, I'd say.
Oh, it looks like some of it draped through the floor below too.
Well,
I think that's all the blood there is to be found.
alright, then that concludes this phase of our investigation. Progress.
Logic progress.
Blood in the clothes box can only mean one thing. That is where the body was hidden. I'm certain of it.
I wonder who won the box in the action.
I haven't the foggiest. Still, it's a very helpful discovery.
Now you just hold your horses there. There's no way that body could have been in there.
What do you mean?
I took a look at the other box when I first got in here. Looked to be just about the perfect size for a little hide-and-go city if the need arose. And maybe it would have been, if I could have opened it. But it was wrapped in chains and locked up tight, and I had no scapologies. The murder happened just a little after I scooped it out, so can't nobody have put nobody in there.
Wrapped in chains and locked up tight, you say? That's odd. Because it doesn't look to be wrapped in chains any longer.
Huh. Well, slap my head and call me silly. Could have sworn it was, though.
I think we've examined all we can now.
Great, time to see what's waiting down below.
Taking the leg already, are we, Miles? Okie dokie. Hey, Meister.
Yes, Mr. Fender?
We're about ready to move out, so I want you to stick with me, okay? Can't have you getting lost.
Of course, I'll be sure to stay close.
When did those two start getting along so well? Let me guess. This opens right in the... I fucking knew it. April 5th, 7:43 p.m. Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. Chamber. I fucking knew it. What? Mr. Edward! Well. This room. This is the auction room? No, this is the committee's chamber. Wait to roll right into my lap, Kid Faraday. You got real guts, I'll give you that. Arrest her, man! Arrest her right now! Wait, but she's... As for the rest of the riffraff, throw them out into the streets where they belong. You can't do this, this is going way overboard. Yeah, what she said. Miles, this isn't looking good, I gotta say. See how the blinding light of justice shines on me. What did I do? You'll have to forgive me. I meant to hit a certain cowardly ex-prosecutor. You weren't aiming for him, you were aiming straight at me. Something keeps getting in my way. Something? Right there. Francisca? Did I mention you're my favorite sibling? I'm your only sibling. So, what are you doing here, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor? I still believe Kate to be innocent. And we're supposed to care about what you believe. You no longer have the right to an opinion. I am Francisca von Karma and I have no intention of stopping here or now. But you chose to stop by giving up your badge, and so our game has already come to an end. My badge, what an obstacle to proceeding along the road I've chosen. Was an obstacle, sorry, I can't read. I haven't stopped, I've simply cleared the way ahead. And now I'm free to follow that road, all the way to the truth. So you don't think for a second that my conviction has changed. Don't you think? God damn it! I can't read today. The dyslexia is hitting me hard today. I'm every bit as dedicated as I ever was. You seem to think you know what lies at the end of this road to truth. To the truth. In that case, I demand that you show me. I'll explain my current theory, and if your road fails to lead anywhere, my whip will happily guide it. Oh, Francisca, you're easier and less annoying than the kid, so you know what? Do whatever the fuck you want. Like, Francisca, you cannot believe how nice it is that you are here and I'm not dealing with Winner. Like, I cannot begin to explain to you how less of a pain in the ass you are. Like, I love you. Not really, but like, almost. The victim used her keycard and entered this chamber with her killer. She was then stabbed with a candelabrum by the culprit and subsequently died as a result. We know the identity of the murderer thanks to the letters she exchanged with the victim. And we know the location of the murder is here in the committee's trial chamber. The blood on the floor of this room proves my theory. Game set at a match, Miles Edward, QED. She seems pretty confident, huh? She doesn't lack the courage of her convictions, that's for certain. And I gotta say, I can dig that vibe. I could even give her a no hard Eek! Pathetic. Well, Miles Edward, do you think you can bring my case crashing down around my ears? If you really have found the road to the truth, perhaps you'd be so kind as to point me towards it. I'll be very happy to. Settle in, Francisca. I'm about to pave the road with incontrovertible evidence. Yeah, okay. Yeah. 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 Yeah, except that the blood on this floor probably came from the elevator.
Objection!
So... If I remember correctly, the blood discovered in this room was located at the foot of the Goddess of Justice statue. Murder under the gaze of the divine, a recent act even for a cold-blooded killer. Except that may not be true at all. Take a look at this if you would. It's a blood stain we discovered in the storeroom directly above the committee chamber. As you can see, the blood we found looks to have dripped through to the room below. And the elevator it dripped down from descends directly to the foot of the statue. Ah, you know these. Then you will agree that the murder cannot in fact have happened in this room. I put it to you that the victim was killed in the room above and only afterward was she moved down here. The Goddess of Justice did not witness a murder, she witnessed a killer trying to cover their tracks. Why is she smiling? Sorry, I was just thinking back to a very similar situation. Well done, Miles Edward, you've proven yourself to be even more foolish than I thought. Mr. Edward is anything but a fool, sir, you know it! Ouch! Have you forgotten the picture you just showed me, or are you really that airheaded? Even a cursory glance shows that there was far more blood here in the committee chamber than upstairs. Ow! Wiped on, ignored again. I got it! You're trying to tell me that all of that blood dripped down from above, Miles Edward? If it had, your storeroom stain would need to be 10 times as big. I said the murder happened down here. There's no way it could have happened anywhere else. As insightful as ever, Francisca, but you played right into my hands. How so? You are correct. This is far less blood there is far less blood upstairs than one would expect. The question is, why? A trifling detail in the face of my previous explanation. Alas, your explanation doesn't account for why there was blood in the storeroom in the first place. Well, yeah, if the crime happened here, then why is there blood in the first place? Right. There shouldn't be blood in the storeroom then. Surely you don't think some splatter managed to shoot itself all the way up there, do you?
Wow, like some crazy fountain of blood, no way.
No way indeed, it's completely impossible. So how about this? What if this explains the difference in amounts of blood observed? There was far more blood in the committee chamber than in the storeroom above because the weapon was removed here, the victim was stabbed here, the victim was stabbed upstairs. Like, it's what I mentioned the other time with like Bronco's murder. If you remove if you remove the murder weapon, like, very often, the weapon being stuck is keeping the blood from flowing, so you will lose less blood that way. It's very common, again, I think I mentioned it before, it's very common if you get stabbed, depending on where you stab, that the paramedics will, like, while they get there, they will ask you not to remove the people around, obviously, because it kind of is difficult to do it yourself. Like, they will tell you not to remove the weapon out of the body, because that might cause you to bleed out more, and it could be the difference between dying or not dying. The victim died of 3 stab wounds that would have bled profusely. Exactly as proven by the amount of blood we found on the floor of this room. But that doesn't make any sense! Not if she was stabbed in the storeroom. You said there wasn't much blood up there already. Eek! Silence, you half-baked hair-brained rookie! Hey, hair-brain is a little... A stab wound bleeds heaviest at one particular point in time. I know, when the weapon is removed, right? Precisely. I believe the body was brought down to the committee chamber with the candelabrum still in its chest. And then, when it was finally removed, it created the difference in the amount of blood we see between the two locations. But why? What was the killer trying to do? I imagine they were trying to give the impression that the murder happened down here. As we know, Miss Ringer's keycard was used late last night. Judging by the time listed in the record, I hazard guess that it was used by the killer when they entered the room to create their elaborate setup. But why would they have needed to do all this in the first place? Perhaps because a person with a face to hide will fear the storeroom being found in the investigation. If they were involved with the underground auction, they couldn't afford to have their dirty secret exposed. Makes sense. Underground auction? You should take a look at the storeroom for yourself. The items up there tell quite a story, one that should more than explain what was going on here last night.
It's almost endearing, Miles Edward. How desperately you want to protect your friend.
There's something just beneath the surface in this case. Something bigger than all of us. And Kay's only crime was to have the bad fortune to fall right into the middle of it.
That's quite the hyperbolic claim, Miles Edward.
Hyperbolic? Me? Surely you're making a mountain out of my perfectly reasonable molehill.
You're working with Interpol on international cases, so why are you investigating a domestic murder?
I'll tell you why, because this case has something to do with the smuggling ring you've been chasing. You follow the trail of items being smuggled by the ring, and one up here. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me that the something I sense isn't related to any of this.
I'm very happy to learn that you giving up your badge didn't completely relieve you of your senses.
Scruffy here told me about the circumstances that led up to that, by the way. Sorry there. I just thought it might help, you know.
You did the right thing, detective.
So am I right, Francisca? Is this incident part of the broader case you're working? Was the underground auction already on Interpol's radar?
Wouldn't you like to know? But you don't need to, and so you won't.
Then you knew, didn't you? That the auction was being held here in this chamber.
Hey, y'all, mind if I butt in for a sec? Your victim over there, the lady in the white.
You!
Hey, let a gal finish, will ya? No good butting in the pain in the you know what. Yow! Well, this leopard shouldn't change her spots.
Your testimony is not required, and neither is your presence.
Why, I mean, I'm a journalist, you can't— Ow!
You're a liar is what you are. You lied under oath that all the time.
Seems like Miss Von Karma's none too fond of Miss Hart, huh?
I don't think she's her biggest fan, no.
What's she called? Ringer, right? She was a member of this here committee. Well, she's dressed exactly like a Ringer, that their secret archer. Ah, stop it! Stop whipping me, dang it!
What is the meaning of this interruption? Miles Edward, explain! Miss Harhill helped us out by describing how the actioner was dressed. And it seems they were wearing the exact same outfit as the victim, Miss Rosie Ringer. But that would mean that the victim was also the ringleader.
Well, her name is Rosie Ringer.
No, how about we calm down to...
It seems I have some new information to consider. It's true that I came here to investigate the underground auction.
And to arrest its head of operation, the auctioneer. If Miss Hart is to be believed, the ringleader is dead. I guess that means your journey here today was wasted.
I suppose it does. Nonetheless, I, Francisca Von Karma, refuse to leave empty-handed.
Time for a rematch, Miles Edward. Fine by me. But you might find that your whip will go sorely underused this round. Like, goddamn, Francisca, like, why do you keep doing this? She's so difficult sometimes. What is with this girl?
Fine, I accept your little explanation. That would make the storeroom the actual scene of the crime, yes? In which case the murderer is someone connected to the auction. And if the photographer is to be believed, the victim was the auctioneer and the culprit was an attendee. The killer lay in wait for the victim in the storeroom where the exchange of illicit goods was to take place. Then they stabbed the victim in the chest with a piece of merchandise, a candelabrum.
That's not exactly incorrect. Technically, but Kay is still not the person that, like, could eat it, probably.
There, does that sum it up? Probably I won... Because I won't be accepting rebuttals.
I'm afraid you might have to. There is a serious hole in your testimony.
There is? I didn't spot any. Good thing you're the one in charge here, Mr. Edward. Alright then, time to fight back. You have to win this for us.
And I will. Time to take Francisca's testimony to task. I'm not entirely sure where the issue is. Yeah, these here, I think this is the problem, but I don't have a proof of that, so I might as well, like, press.
Hold it!
How exactly did I manage that, may I ask? Miss Hart was in the storeroom too, remember?
Objection!
Yes, hiding someplace. And if you've seen the storeroom yourself, you'll know that there are plenty of other places to hide to. So you're saying the killer was hiding outside while they awaited the victim's arrival? I believe we can reasonably assume that the murder took place after the auction had concluded. After all, the victim was the auctioneer herself. She would surely have needed to be present throughout the proceedings. She thinks it happened afterward. Would you mind adding that statement to your testimony, Francisca? Except that we know that that's not what happened by Lotta's testimony.
Objection!
It seems you're one step behind yet again, Francisca. How so? The auctioneer was not in fact the victim, and I can prove it. This is the statement Miss Hart gave us. Well, if she made it, it's not worth the air she used to say it. I don't tell ya. I'm a journalist, Agnes. I'm what is ouch? Did I ask you to open your mouth?
Objection!
Calm down and listen for a second, Francisca. Miss Hart witnessed at least some of the events surrounding the murder, and she confirmed that the auction continued even after the murder had occurred. You bet it did. Went on right on like nothing had happened at all. Would that have been possible without an auctioneer? It wouldn't, so you see, the victim could have been the auctioneer. She was one of the attendees. No! As I've been saying since the start, there's no way Kay can be the murderer, because she had been pushed down the hatch by her assailant and knocked unconscious by that time. So then, who was the victim, really? Right, well, if the action carried on after the murder, the victim must not have been the auctioneer, but an attendee. That's enough. I know that son all too well. Got this page again. Order in the courtroom. I'll race for the chairman. Oh god, and it's that other bitch who is clearly evil. Oh, that's not need for a long purpose. That comes as Verity. Please, everyone, feel free to call me Celsius. Yes, I'll do nicely.
Alright, Celsius. What are you doing here?
I just stopped to see how my bone-headed boy was getting along. They said there are all sorts of families, but I'm not sure these two are what they meant. I thought I might need to light a fire under this investigation, but it seems not. The suspect everyone's searching high and low for is right back where we started. Man, detain the suspect immediately. Wait, Miss Faraday is innocent. Shut your melding mouth. I don't feel safe with that amount of fire close to me. You're becoming something of a problem, Miles, my boy. I thought I told you. The committee wants this matter cleared up as soon as possible. It's a matter of trust. We can't have our organization be seen to drag its feet. It's bad for us, and it's bad for me too, personally. Sorry, it must be my edit. Your unlawful investigation ends here, and it will not be permitted to resume. In case you have forgotten, you are no longer a prosecutor. You have no authority here. And what's more, there is a matter of you aiding and abetting a suspect. You're right, cuz as always, you really are a godsend, Verity. Everything I do it knowingly. If you wish to prosecute me for it, be my guest. But know this. We have uncovered a new suspect. This person here. Miss Faraday was attacked by this You can stop right there, Mr. Edward. The raincoat in your picture was discovered nearby a short while ago. The victim's lung was found on the hood, along with some cherry blossom petals. Cherry blossom petals? Like the ones on the roof. Yes, they were stuck to the edges of the bloodstains, probably due to the blood being fresh at the time. The results came back already, my boy, so there's no mistaking it. The person in your picture is the victim, Miss Rosie Ringer. What? I mean, Edward, you have to admit that this is obvious. Like, if she wasn't... Like, if she was an attendee and not the ringleader, clearly... well, not the actioneer, rather. Clearly, there was the old classic clothes switcheroo happening. You know? Like, they changed outfits, so everybody would assume that she's a ringleader, because then, you know, to confuse people. Like, think about it. If Francisca came to investigate, and she found the corpse, and she found the, like, storage, and then, like, actually makes the proper deductions, she would just assume that she's a ringleader. If the ringleader is dead, there's no fucking case. So the person who's the actual ringleader leaves scot-free. No! This completely undermines the entire case! Their assumption was based on the person in the red raincoat being the killer, but if they were the victim instead, then Kira is at the top of the suspect list. Miss Faraday, you testified to having encountered a person in a red raincoat upon the roof, correct? Yes, I did. We now know that the person was a murder victim, and you are the only person we know who came into contact with her. Since one of you went up dead, I think we all know how that encounter went. No! Kay was attacked by that person! She is the victim here, not the aggressor! As far as I recall, we have yet to see any evidence that proves she was attacked as her claim. And even if such proof existed, Miss Rosie Ringer could simply have been acting in self-defense. Well, you can't just jump to conclusions like that. Kay is innocent! But I'm not. Kay? I'm not innocent. I don't want to believe it, but I remember something. Hearing about the raincoat brought it back. It's just a flash, but I remember what I saw now. Right when it happened. The murderer, it was me. I remember looking down and the person in the red raincoat was on the ground. It was me, Mr. Edward. It was me all along. I'm the murderer. I'm the murderer. Girl, no, you're not. No, you're not. You can't be. Then what am I? Why do I have a memory like that? Well, maybe you walked into the rooftop when the corpse was being moved, honey. Like, consider that possibility. They were on the floor in front of me. There was a pool of blood. Why was I just standing there? Why didn't I do something? I don't know. I know why. It's because I was the killer. Okay, you're not helping our case. This court recognizes the legitimacy of the accused's memories. What? But you said you didn't believe her like 5 minutes ago! I commend you on your bravery, Miss Faraday. It will not go unrewarded. Gabrielle, I am going to fucking kill you. If you don't die by the end of this case, anyway. Praise be to the goddess of justice for her many blessings. As an official representative of Interpol, I hereby request that the suspect be... We don't have time for this. We must arrest Kay Faraday this instant. How dare you take that down with me? This is a gross overreach of authority. I demand that you give us more time to investigate. You say my investigation is unlawful? What could be more unlawful than this? Unfortunately, you no longer speak for the law. And then you're down. But I do. And while I can't help but be moved by your dedication to your friend, I have to agree with Verity. Speaking of the law, it seems there is one other we must arrest. Ah yes, I almost forgot. Miles. I don't trust a man who burns paperwork like that. What are you talking about? Mr. Edward was just doing his job. He didn't do anything wrong. He wasn't doing squat. By which I mean to say, unfortunately, Miles is no longer serving in any kind of official capacity. You went too far this time, Mr. Edward. You conducted an unlawful investigation. Worse, you aided and abetted the flight of a suspect. You are no longer even an ex-prosecutor. You are a criminal now, nothing more. Yeah. That reminds me, there was supposed to be a hearing today, wasn't there? Concerning your conduct. I'll make sure it's officially rescheduled for tomorrow. I fear I already know the outcome. Look at this as an opportunity to reflect on your action, Miles. And just to really think long and hard. This court is adjourned. You two bitches are so going down first time I get. First chance I get, you two are so dead. Legally, I'm not gonna kill you, but I'm gonna kill you where it hurts. Like, spiritually, emotionally. Hey, I'm in jail. Cool. April 6th, detention center, holding cell. Never thought I'd spend another night in here again. Reminds me of when I re-met my boyfriend, who was not my boyfriend at that point. And they stripped me of all the evidence we'd so painstakingly gathered. Even if they did let me keep case Yatagarasu-pin. I can't help but worry about her, and they better be treating her well. The murderer, it was me. I remember looking down and the person in the red raincoat was on the ground. It was me, Mr. Edward. It was me all along. I'm the murderer. I'm the murderer. Come on, let's go. You got a visitor. Visitor who? Someone by the name of Dick Gumshoe? Want me to send him away? No. Though I'm not sure what to even say to him. April 6th, Detention Center. Visitor's room. Wait there. They're leaving me unsupervised. That's not Gumshoe. Forgive the intrusion. Oh, it's Cavell. I thought he was gonna... Judge Cavell? Please, Mr. Edward. Take a seat. What are you doing here? I was told it was Detective Gumshoe. I imagine you wouldn't come if you knew it was me. What could she possibly want from me now? I suppose I'd better find out. You may not be aware of this, but you are only permitted to meet with specially approved visitors. So I'm to be treated like a dangerous criminal, am I? I suppose my reputation has rather plummeted. It has indeed, for you of course, and your friends. That attorney and the other girl were raising quite the fuss earlier. Bender and Emma. I saw them launch some extremely heated words at one of the guards. No, you didn't! You may thank the goddess in that regard, for even she is too busy to deal with each and every infraction. They will not be punished for their bad behavior. Do you come here just to chit-chat with me? You must have a lot of time on your hands. Oh, speaking of which, Miss Von Karma is continuing the investigation where you left off. I just thought you would like to know. I feared you would be worried about how they were all doing. I hate to admit it, but she'd read me like a book. Let's cut to the chase, Your Honor. Why are you really here? I'm here simply to talk, nothing more. There is something I wish to know about you. Me? Yes? Who else? Objectively speaking, you are highly intelligent and quick-witted. And a born prosecutor at that. Please, Judge Gavel, your sarcastic praise is but salt on my wound. But I sincerely mean every word, Mr. Edward. And it is why I failed to understand you. Take this latest case, for example. You are up against the very committee itself. You had no hope of succeeding. Even a child could have seen that. And yet... I don't imagine the old me would have ever been so reckless. The old me had power, and because of that, I thought that justice was always on my side. Just as you and the committee believe now. A certain person changed my mind. He made me reckon with my selfish and skewed sense of justice. God, I miss my boyfriend. And once the scales had fallen from my eyes, I began to look at people differently. I saw that I was only able to be an effective prosecutor thanks to the efforts of those around me. Detective Gumshoe, the many investigative officers of the First, and even Kay. And also my boyfriend who was there, because he's actually very smart. It changed me. The degree to which it changed me still surprises me to this day. I see. Thank you. I feel that perhaps I understand you a little better now. You understand me? I highly doubt it. Someone who is so focused on forcing their idea of justice onto others can't possibly see what I see. Is that so? Is that what you truly believe? Yeah? I will say one thing. This has been a very interesting conversation. That is all. Before I go, there is one remaining matter. I was asked to inform you that the date of your hearing has been confirmed. It will be held today, in the trial chamber. The committee sends its warmest regards. If that was all you had to tell me, you could have just sent a message. I don't trust the goddess's words to another. That wouldn't do now, would it? Until then, Mr. Edward, I'll see you again very shortly. Fuck you! Go fuck yourself! Bitch! Fuck that bitch Capel and her bullshit.
April 6th, Attention Center, holding cell again.
Back to me cell. There's a note on the wall next to the toilet. Sorry, we're currently out of toilet paper. Please make the necessary mental preparations before using the toilet. What sort of mental preparations can one even make? Miles, please. Please, I'm asking you to... Thank you. The window is barred with heavy steel. That reminds me of a movie I once saw. A prison inmate hatched a plot to escape by using a file to cut his cell bars. I won't be doing that, of course. For one, I don't have a file on me at the moment. What am I saying? I wouldn't even do it if I had one. There's a menu here on the table. It seems that the detainees are able to pay to have their meals brought to their cells. What looks good? Spaghetti and mac and cheese lunch, at linguine for only one. Basmati and brown rice special for a limited time only, had regular white rice at no extra cost. It's probably for the best that I'm not very hungry. I barely spend any time in here, and I can feel my personal appearance slipping. I may have given up my badge, but I mustn't give up on myself. My collar is slightly creased. There. A tidy outside begets a tidy inside, which is why it's more important than ever to take care of myself. There's a poster on the corridor outside. We regret to announce that due to the warden's arrest, the Die of Destiny game will be discontinued. Inmates will no longer need to roll a die every morning to determine their meals for the day. We wholeheartedly apologize to those who are looking forward to the daily casting of the die. Did anyone really need an apology for the cessation of such a ridiculous idea in the first place? Maybe. A very basic bed. I can't say it was very comfortable to sleep on, however. I imagine Detective Gumshoe would sleep soundly on it nevertheless, loudly snoring all the while. I suppose we'll probably never get to work together again. But I don't have any regrets about the bed I made. Oh, goddammit. Can I go to the history? I didn't finish reading it. I will follow my own path to the end. Thank you. Do I have another visitor? Apparently. Okay. Oh, thank goodness you seem alright. That's a lot of my mind. Such a heartwarming scene. It's enough to make a grown man cry. But you're still not your usual cheery. I mean, you have to stay positive, Kay. You didn't do anything wrong. In fact, I guarantee you didn't. No, you have to let it go. I'm the murderer. I know that now. But you're not. You can't be. Why don't you have any faith in yourself? How can I, Mr. Edward, when there is no me left to believe in? No, I don't think that's true. Before you lost your memory, we spent quite a bit of time together, and I dare say you left quite the impression on me. So you see, there's still plenty of you left. That's why I believe so much in your innocence, and what you should believe in yourself too.
Thank you. But I can't. It would just cause more pain for the both of us. Please, you have to forget her. Forget that Kay. She's gone.
Kay, no! You remind me of my younger self, you know. So noble, so bold. This is the justice you and the committee stand for? Justice. I suppose you could call it that. What is he up to? Why is he going to such lengths to control everything? I can't shake the feeling that something is very wrong here. Is there some hidden agenda at play? This is no time to second guess myself. If I'm going to find out what it is, it's now or never. Well then, my boy, I suppose I should. Wait! Why is the chairman so intent on seeing Kate charged with this murder? It doesn't make any sense. There must be some rhyme or reason to this madness. Oh, 4. 2 knights, 1 bishop and a rook. Dude! Come on, Mas, I'm a busy, important man. I can't be wasting my precious time talking to you. The only way out of our current predicament is through Chairman Winner. There's so much to ask and so little time. Let's start by trying to find out why he rushed to have Kay arrested so quickly. I can't just let this happen and get an answer if it's the last thing I do. Why were you so keen to push Kay through Kay's arrest? I've yet to hear a satisfactory explanation. An explanation? I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Don't give me that. You know exactly what I mean. Tut. I advise you to moderate your tone, dear boy. Need I remind you of your position? I suppose we did let your friend go free. What then? What do you mean, what then? Think about how that would look, my boy. And who would have to take the blame? Me, that's who. You're right to keep your mouth shut, that way you won't say anything foolish. Sorry, but I can't stay silent forever, not while Kay's innocence is still in doubt. You're breaking my heart. You just look at this flood of tears spilling out. Please just leave it alone, will you? Things were coming along nicely until you interfered. Coming along nicely? That's a pretty strange way of putting it. It's almost as if you wanted Kay's arrest to happen. It certainly doesn't sound like the statement of an impartial representative of the law. You think so? Well, that wasn't my intention. Has it occurred to you that you might just be overthinking things a little? Chairman Winner certainly knows how to dodge a question. It doesn't change the fact that serious doubts remain concerning Kay's arrest. Ness will need to press him on whether he really believes the investigation was sufficient. We can't allow any of his statements to go unexamined, no matter how trivial they may seem. One of them may just give us the breakthrough we need. How much time was spent on your investigation altogether? Well, now let's see. You know what? I'm not sure I can remember. And I'm sure you can. You won't bluster your way out of this one. It's no bluster, my boy. I honestly don't recall. It's a problem when you get to my age, you see. Why, I even forget my own son's name sometimes. Never mind, you're full of a son. Answer me. How long do you spend on the investigation? You're right, of course. The boy's a fool. I never meant for him to grow up like that, but... woe is me. He's only too happy to derail the conversation, no matter where I take it. I have to force him to take this seriously. Let's try another tack for now. You can hardly say your investigation was sufficient. And you're the one who called all the shots, weren't you? Including the decision to have Kay arrested. I'm afraid I'm nowhere near as influential as you think, my dear boy. You're the chairman of the committee. It doesn't get much more influential than that. Not that I care about such things. You warn me. It's enough to drive an old man to tears. You'll have to forgive me, I'm not the differential type. Well, if you're going to insist on being so blunt, then I'm afraid you won't be seeing your prosecutor badge anytime soon. Let's wait. Nothing more to say. Wonderful, then I'll be on my way. God damn it! It seems the silent treatment will work every time. At least I'm not losing as much as I did with Lota. Let me make something clear once and for all. That badge isn't the be-all end-all for me. Far from it. I'm not concerned with titles or role. Even you must understand that much. So young, so very young. A word about my smile from somebody who's been around the block. You're hopelessly naive, my boy. Idiotically so. Well, that's certainly got under his skin. He might be discarding his answers while he's in this state. Now's my chance. How much time was spent on your investigation altogether? You really don't give up, do you? But even my patience has its limits, you know. What a coincidence, so does mine. Now answer the question. Do you believe that your investigation was sufficient or not? The youth these days are want to be reckless. Makes me want to put you in your place. You're going to regret that, my boy. Oh, god damn it, not that one. God damn it. I'm not gonna cook Jessel's slice, shut up. Curses, foiled. Really? Neither? I just have to keep quiet for that one? Like, this is the man, like, trying to intimidate me. Like, I don't know, this doesn't feel like a good idea, just being like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna let him, like, talk shit and imply that he's gonna do something to me. Well, maybe you do know your place after all. What's the matter, scare? Hardly. I was just thinking about how to best proceed. Getting answers from the elderly requires sensibility. They can get quite emotional after all. You have no common sense whatsoever, do you? Then you understand, your fate rests in my hands. Really? The dramatics are not helping? God, this guy, I'm not sure what he wants. It's not very often that I find myself like this. Like, I am really confused, like, how he's balancing this act, I guess. No, really? I have to keep quiet again? I have to just let him babble to himself? Like, am I insane? Like, I don't know, the fact that he's basically just threatening me doesn't, like... And I'm not supposed to say anything about the fact that he's threatening me. Like, it feels kind of like a bad idea, Miles. I'm just saying. Let's say you do manage to get some answers from me. There's nothing you can do with them, so why not give it up, dear boy? No. And why not? It's simple, because I'm not about to let the truth escape me. Interesting. I think I'm beginning to see what makes you tick. But what you're doing is pointless, tragically, and miserably pointless. Please just give up. She's guilty. The decision has been made. Once again, your choice of words intrigues me. It's almost as if Kay's guilt had already been determined from before her arrest. What are you trying to imply? I'm implying that things haven't gone as they normally should. In fact, everything has proceeded as if Kay's arrest was the end goal right from the very start. Well, Chairman Winner, was it? That's certainly an intriguing theory. But it's also a complete work of fiction, and I'm afraid I don't have time for such fights of fancy. I think it's time we brought this shabby little fuss to an end, don't you? No, he's trying to make his escape! He must confuse the legality of Kay's arrest before he slips away. I don't like that the music got faster. It's faint, but the truth is finally beginning to emerge. But I'm not about to let this opportunity pass me by. Wait, we're not done yet. I'm tired of all this talking, so make it brief, will you? Who gave the order? Who decided that Kay should be arrested? You know, I can't seem to remember. Don't never get old, Miles, my boy. It wreaks havoc on the memory. I don't have a clue as to how to proceed with this line of questioning. I better try another talk for now. I mean, it's clearly him. Based on everything I've heard from you so far, it's clear that Kay's arrest is entirely unfounded. Yes, I think we're all familiar with this particular refrain of yours by now. But I'm afraid it doesn't matter either way. You don't have what it takes to secure her release anyhow. How dare you take this so lightly as a man of the law? My, aren't you you're a rude little boy. But my fuse is only so long. Honestly speaking, I don't have the time to wait on every last question you can dream up. I have certain responsibilities to attend, you know. I really am quite the busy man. Or are you just pretending to be busy, That's an awful thing to say to a fragile old man. I work harder than I should at my age. I ask you, my boy, what could I even hope to accomplish by putting up such a pretense? You obviously don't want to talk about the case anymore. That's why you're so keen to get out of this conversation, isn't it? It's just so tragic, it really is, that you would suspect me of such things. It's not a suspicion, it's a certainty. There were no clear grounds on which to base Kay's arrest for a start. No, my boy, let's not get carried away. There was plenty of evidence to support her case. The mask, the letter, the corsage. These were all in her possession. And of course, her confession. More than enough to prove her guilt, I say. Well, those are extremely circumstantial. What's the matter? They're struggling to come out with a way to explain everything away. Well, there we have it. Your silence speaks volumes. It's true I can counter your argument right now, but you did let something valuable slip. A suspiciously detailed knowledge of the evidence against Kay. He read it off that list like he knew it inside out. I think that might prove to be a valuable clue. I'd appreciate it if you stop playing around the old man card. You remember the details of the evidence against Kay pretty clearly. Perhaps if your memory didn't fail you only when it was convenient, I'd be more inclined to believe you. So let me ask you again, who gave the order for Kay's arrest? You're a sharp one, I'll give you that. My son could learn a thing or two from you. If he wasn't such an incurable numbskull, what is a tragedy, really. I don't want to hear about your son! I want to know who authorized the arrest! You're very mean, you know that, don't you? The arrest, you say? I believe the order was given by... you. Come now, Chairman Wiener. We both know it was you. Alright, you got me. You make it sound like it was somehow a bad thing, though. But I have a reputation to uphold, so I guess I better clear up this little misunderstanding. I'll entertain your questions for a few more minutes. Let's see if I can put your mind at ease. The key thing to do now is to establish how intimately he knows the details of the case. I just have to ask the right questions. The endgame is at hand. We're but a few moves away from the truth. You seem to know a lot. You seem to know the case in quite some detail. I know about lots of things, my boy. I'm just mad like that. It's about the same can be said about the way you handle case arrest. That silent is very really, Miles. I'm a very busy man. I try to remember that I can bring this little chat to an end whenever I choose. It's only taking so long because you won't give me a straight answer to any of my questions. If only you stop giving me the runaround, we'd be done already. So let's try this again. You seem to know the details of the case quite intimately. Why is that? Because I read the case file. Not exactly the most thrilling news of my time, of course, but it's part of the job. I have to be a good role model. I can't be slacking. I can be seen to be slacking. It can be so hard. But I had some time on my hands, so I read the whole thing from cover to cover. That's strange. I could have sworn you just told me you're a very busy man. I'd say the cracks are finally starting to show, wouldn't you? If you're so keen on being an upstanding leader, you can start releasing K, you know? You really don't give up, do you? It's a moving sight indeed, my boy. But a tragic one too. After all, your efforts are for naught. I'm afraid your little friend was found unconscious near the scene of the crime. We have yet to hear much about the circumstances under which Kay was found. She was laying unconscious in the storeroom, correct? That's right, although I'm not at liberty to tell you how I know that. He knows things even we didn't. In fact, he seems to be aware of every tiny detail about this case. This could be a valuable clue. The suspect, Kay Faraday. How much do you know about her exactly? I know that she's a suspect. Aside from that, not much else. Cross my heart, but it's true. Time to deploy my clue. Sorry, but the more you tell me, the less sense your story makes. For one thing, you know details that even those investigating the scene were not aware of. Why is that? Just how much do you really know, Chairman Winner? That's that intimidating face you like to make again. What, you can't play at this game? Oh, you like me now? I do have to commend you on your doggedness. It really is something. I'll take that as a compliment. Take it however you like, but wrap this up, will you? I just don't have the stamina anymore. She's the culprit, the only possible suspect. Just accept that already. How much more evidence do you want us to load her down with, for goodness sake? Load her down with? Yet another interesting turn of phrase. One that makes it sound like a lot like the items Kay was carrying might have been foisted upon her. Impressive. You really do pay attention, do you? It's no wonder they used to call you a prodigy, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor. I think you know the answer to your own question by now. Why don't you just go ahead and say it? I want to hear it from you. It's finally time to shed light on the truth. All that's left is to play one last move. Okay. Kay is innocent. No, my boy. That's just clumsy. Anyone can blurt out a baseless assertion like that. Even a disgraced superstar prosecutor. Kay was framed. The true culprit set it all up so she could take the fall instead. That is my answer, and I won't let you deny it any longer. Be more careful with your beer, my dude. My, you really are a sharp one, What gave it away? Is it the fact that my design makes me obviously evil? Or the child abuse? It was the child abuse, wasn't it? It was both. Well, shucks. It's a bit of a shame you chose to hand in your badge. I admit it, you're right on all accounts. And that's checkmate. Mages. You knew Kay wasn't the real murderer, and yet you still had her arrested. What's worse, you thought you could get away with it. Well, you won't. Not if I can help it. There you go with that naivete again, my boy. I guess that was always your problem. With the girl arrested and a conviction secure, this whole mess goes away. And that's what will happen. But whose interest does a conclusion like that serve? The committee's, I suppose, and mine. You know, listening to you just now, well, it really got the tears flowing, I have to say. It was poignant and heartfelt and sincere, and utterly infuriating. Look, I'm not perfect, I know that, but your lack of sophistication in this matter is beyond the pale. You insist that the truth is more important than anything else, but would you say the same if you knew what the real value of the truth is? What are you trying to say? When you get to my level, you don't uncover the truth. You make it little by little. Kay Faraday, murderers. That's the truth. The truth I created. Yes, my boy, that's what I like to see. Creeper. You're so sincere sometimes. It's painful. It just makes me want to put you in your place. Yeah, okay, you're getting off to this. Like at this, yeah, he's getting off to this. Clearly he's getting off to this. Knowing the real truth will get you nowhere. Because that's how much it's worth. Nothing. Shocking, I know. But why not go after the real killer? How much do you even know about what really happened? You're still not getting it. That's your truth. And it is worthless. Mine is all that matters. You understand what I'm saying, don't you, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor? I have all the power here. Curse you. Aren't you menacing? You and your little friend are just as bad as each other. Violent criminals who deserve to be locked up. You'll pay for this. And with that, yet another person disappears from my life. Oh, it just makes me want to cry and cry and cry. I'm so glad that your wife probably divorced you. Good for her. She made the right choice. I'm not planning to disappear just yet, Chairman Winner. There's still the hearing later today. Just you wait. One way or another, I'll prove Kay's innocence to the world then. Oh, this is awkward. I love how it's like generic judge person, generic judge person, generic judge person, empty because it's the person who said generic judge. Clearly evil man who's designed to look evil and is clearly evil. Generic, fucking Judge Gabel. April 6, 8:30 a.m. Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. Chamber. 10 members, over a majority are present. I hereby call this hearing to order. We are gathered here today to assess the professional competency of Prosecutor Miles Edward. Here in this sight of the goddess, we do solemnly swear to pass fair and frank judgment. Fair and frank? Don't make me laugh. Verity, if you would be so kind as to summarize the case against Mr. Edward.
On April 5th, despite having been advised of the illegality of an investigation he was conducting, the accused refused to desist and eventually had to be detained by myself and Chairman Winner. His actions compromised the investigation into the murder of a certain defense attorney. And despite having been presented with copious evidence of her guilt, he continues to insist that the suspect, 1K Faraday, is innocent of all charges.
Perhaps you could explain the details of the murder to us as well.
Of course, on the morning of the 5th, the body of the victim was found here in the committee chamber. Further explanation will be provided by
me, Instance Winner, Premier Prosecutor.
The floor is yours, Mr. Winner.
The murder itself happened late on the night of the 4th. The victim was Miss Rosie Ringer. The same night an illicit auction was being held here in this room. Ringer took part in that auction, I think. Yeah. Meaning that the murder took...
God damn it, I thought it was still him talking.
Meaning that the murder took place sometime during the auction.
When she was found, Ringer was dressed in an outfit that matched the description of the auctioneers. However, due to the fact that the auction carried on after the murder had occurred, I deduced that Ringer was not in fact the auctioneer.
You deduced nothing of the sort.
And what about the basis on which the suspect was detained, Mr. Winner?
Yeah, I got this. So Faraday was overcome by...
crushing remorse, Eustace.
Yeah, that. Tons of crushing remorse. So she confessed. According to her confession, she was on the roof of this building when she encountered a person in a red raincoat on the viewing platform.
And that person was Miss Ringer, I take it.
Precisely, Mr. Chairman. The killer dressed the victim in the auctioneer's outfit after the fact. At the time when she was killed, Miss Ringer was wearing a red raincoat.
And who won the race to find that raincoat nearby? Me, that's who.
Did you? I thought it was somebody from forensics.
Strictly speaking, it was formed by one of the forensic investigators under Mr. Winner's command.
I knew it. The blood analysis on the coat showed that it was indeed Miss Ringers who had won it. And the suspect's confession was the final nail in the coffin. She confessed having committed the murder. So as you can see, E.K. Faraday was the killer. There's no way anybody else could have done it.
Alright, Miles, I expect you have some objections. Let's get them out of the way, shall we?
I have no objections, Sir Manwiner.
Well, now is that so? I thought it would have taken more than a single...
No objections in the matter of my unauthorized investigation, that is. But in the matter of Miss Faraday's supposed guilt, I have plenty. I can personally attest to the fact that Mr. Winner's investigation was fair and impartial.
Yeah, of course it was. When it comes to carefully conducted ops, I'm the winner every time.
You know, Miles, it's within my power to offer you a plea deal of sorts.
Oh, really? You, the guy that is clearly, like, guilty, is the guy who's gonna be like,
oh yeah, I'll give you a plea deal.
Don't worry about it. It started gonna be a plea deal.
Like, fuck you too, Elxexius. What can I say?
If, and this is purely hypothetical of course, you were to withdraw your objections, you might wake up tomorrow to find yourself the proud owner of a seat on this committee.
Fuck the committee!
So I ask you again, do you have any objections, Mr. Edward?
If you think you can buy my silence, think again, bitch. You will watch your mouth.
Only if the chairman watches his. I didn't come here to talk about committee seats. I came here to talk about the murder case. I demand a statement on their oath, and I won't rest until I have one. I want to know exactly what the committee's view on this incident is. You want to put us on trial, my boy? Very well, if it will make you happy. Verity, please provide Mr. Edward with the materials pertaining to the case.
Really? But sir...
This will be his last hurrah, so let's humor him with the send-off he desires.
If you say so, Chairman. Evidence data received from Judge Gabel. Yay, my data!
You have no objections to Verity representing the committee, I assume?
None whatsoever. Mr. Edward.
Don't worry, Kay. Everything will be fine, you'll see.
Miss Ringer attended the auction as a potential buyer. The red raincoat was one of the items up for sale. So our assumption is that after winning and paying for it, she left the auction with her purchase. The only exit from the storeroom was, of course, the hatch leading up onto the roof, rather. After she'd emerged onto the viewing platform, that's when Miss Ringer was attacked by Miss Faraday. Shortly thereafter, her flame went out, and thus concludes the committee's view on the case.
The raincoat was on offer that night. Is that really true?
We believe so, yes. You remember the failed assassination attempt on the president of Shenfa, I assume. The raincoat is a piece of evidence from that case. It should, of course, have remained safely under lock and key in the appropriate facility, but our inquiries revealed that it did not in fact go missing under mysterious circumstances.
And wound up in the action along with everything else. That makes sense, I suppose. Wonderful work, Verity. Just wonderful. Crystal clear as ever.
You flatter me, sir. Now, Mr. Edward, perhaps you could save us all some time and simply admit the fit.
I do not do such thing, thank you very much.
Very well. It's good to know that you still have some fight in you.
Is it? Why? Come to think of it, she said some strange things when she visited me this morning too. What exactly is she up to? Okay. Uh-huh. 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 Okay, but like, that makes no sense because we can see in the photo that the person in the figure has blood on them.
Objection!
Already. Just saying.
Maybe you can clear something up for me, Judge Cavell. But what is Miss Hart doing here at this hearing? She is an eyewitness. I thought it would be obvious.
Well, no, I ain't really an eyewitness, more of an ear witness, I guess.
She's not exactly the most confidence-inspiring choice to help you make your case, is she?
I like to think I choose my allies a little more carefully than you, Mr. Edward.
Then you should question them more thoroughly, because that is something she hasn't told you. Take a look at this. It's a photo taken by Miss Hart.
Yes, in the storeroom, correct? What of it?
According to your theory, the murder occurred up on the roof. But according to Miss Hart's testimony, she happened to witness the entire incident unfold in the storeroom, just before she took this picture.
Wait, you're saying about got it?
Wrong. That's exactly what I'm saying.
What?
Miss Hart, if I may confirm your account of the events you witnessed that night, you saw the person in the picture, correct?
I shot it, clear as day, and with my own 2 eyes to boot.
And what were your impressions at that point?
My impressions? This right here is the scoop of a century, something like that. Yeah, that makes sense.
I was hoping more for your impressions of the person in question.
Oh, that there's a walking maid ticket.
Seriously?
Just my little joke, no need to look at me like, you don't sign on your lunch. Alright, go, right? Why, I took one look and I thought that's her pearl right there.
And therein lies the rub. For Miss Hart to have thought such a thing means that...
Oh, Mr. Edward, when will you learn to use your words? If it's an explanation of the facts that you require, you need only ask, you know.
What do you mean? I assume you're about to raise the issue of the voices Miss Hart heard. Voices that may be unrelated.
Objection!
Unrelated? You can do better than that.
Was one of the voices Miss Hart heard really even Miss Ringer's?
Yeah, kidding me, right? Them folks were talking crime-related turkey, and my name ain't Lotta Dan Hart.
Ah, but did you hear them clearly?
Well, I can't really say for sure, but... Yeah, I can't really say nothing. And you know it. There was these voice changes. I don't tell y'all that.
Sorry, it's the voices. Precisely. Miss Hart heard voices, but those voices were disguised. Which means we cannot even be certain that whatever she did or heard had anything to do with the murder. I hate this. I hate it. Like, this is so tiring.
Objection!
Like, the bloody hand is right there, I mean. It's just... woman. Huh. You don't need to yell objection in order to sigh at me, Mr. Edward. It seems I've overestimated you, Judge Cavell.
Nonsense, Verity is the best of us, my boy, the very best.
And yet she believes that Miss Hart heard Miss Hart heard might not have had anything to do with the murder. Even supposing that that's the case, it doesn't prove the murder didn't happen in the storeroom. The incident happened before the victim was able to go up to the roof. That much we can say for certain. And I can tell you why. This proves that the incident happened before the victim went up to the roof. I want to put my thingy in the perfect spot. Come on. That's okay. We initially thought that the person in the red coat was the culprit. Yes, because Miss Hart said as much. Indeed, she told us about the blood she saw on this person's hand. And I thought many people would have thought differently given her testimony. Ergo, if this person is a killer, then the blood we see would be from when they attacked the victim. But knowing what we know now, this person is in fact the victim, it recontextualizes everything. The presence of the blood still shows that the picture was taken after the attack. But now it tells us something very important about the victim too. The picture tells us that the victim survived the attack. Like, they weren't the ringleader and they probably didn't strike the killer. They survived the attack, got up to the roof with what energy they had, and then they fall their ass right in front of Kay, which traumatizes her for life. There's no doubt in my mind that the victim was attacked in the storeroom, but here we have photographic evidence that of her standing upright and alive, albeit with a bloody hand. This can only mean that Miss Ringer survived the attack. The blood on her hand is from the wounds she had sustained.
What are you talking about? But that's from a hand wound.
The wound wasn't on her hand, Mr. Weiner. I imagined she had used her hand to try and staunch a wound. That's right. Well, it's impossible to tell from this angle. The victim was already mortally wounded here.
Well, that certainly would change things, wouldn't it?
It very much would. Not least by making it absurd to suggest that Kay was the attacker. Her encounter with the victim happened after this picture had been taken, after the victim had already been attacked and was in critical condition. I put it to you that all Kay witnessed was the victim finally succumbing to her wounds. That would have been quite a coincidence. It's a textbook case of wrong place, wrong time, I'd say. You seem to be forgetting a rather important fact, Mr. Edward.
Well, I'm pretending to not remember it.
What? What fact am I forgetting?
Think it's time to wrap things up, don't you, Verity? Put the boy out of his misery. Dad, Gabrielle works for me! Why do you keep giving her orders? That's my job! You really are a total and utter embarrassment. I'm not!
I hate to break it to you, but you both are.
Not to eat, Gabrielle. Put Edward
out of his misery. As you wish. We've been here over 10 minutes, so we've been here 10 minutes over time, so if the game would let me save, I guess we'll just go through these and then we'll save. Miss Ringer's body was found with 3 wounds in his chest. And we all know what those wounds are from, don't we? That's right, they're from when she was stabbed in the chest by a 3-armed candelabrum. I doubt anybody could survive such grave wounds. If you cared to read the coroner's report, I'm sure you would change your tune.
Nicely done, Gabriel. Now Edward will have to
Make several objections? Yes, I'm afraid I will.
What? Why? Weren't you listening?
Oh, I was listening, very carefully in fact, hence my objections.
Come on! Why do you always have to undermine me?
That's never my intention, I assure you.
It isn't?
Because you do it so well yourself every single time already.
Of course it isn't. Yeah, I knew that because I'm...
Please, Eustace, just stop for goodness sake. You've already embarrassed me enough.
Huh? What do you mean, Dad?
God. Okay, can I... Thank you. We'll leave it at this. Like, I need to, we're almost 15 minutes over time. We need to stop. We'll continue tomorrow anyway. It's fine. It's fine. That's gonna be everything for today. Tomorrow, I guess we're gonna finish this shit. God, I'm not ready. I'm just so tired of this shit. I hate these people. They're so annoying. I thought that Ron Karma was annoying. I thought that, Gant was annoying. Quercus Alba was a pain in the fucking ass. But oh boy, I hate this guy. This guy is worse. He's what you have to be bad for me to think that you're worse than Quercus. But anyway, thank you everybody for being here. Again, tomorrow we're continuing this. So have a good rest of your day. Have a good start to your weekend. And I'll see you tomorrow for us actually continuing this shit and me going insane because I fucking hate these people. I'm so tired, guys. Bye, everyone.